Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 6 SFA. Chapter 171, a long-awaited reunion, Ace and Sabo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After returning to the Grand Line, Suyi finally understood why the pirates of New World called it paradise. The weather here is mild compared to New World, and there is no threat from the four emperors. Because Marine was severely damaged in the battle on the top, Marine is rarely seen now. It can be said that this place has become a real paradise for pirates. Appeared, and in front of it is the kingdom of Kamabaka. Standing on the deck of the boat, Suyi pointed to a heart-shaped island ahead. The land on the island was pink, and the plants were also pink, and the petals of the sakura flower were falling all the time. This is really a place full of girlish colors. Ace hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem at this time, and was still immersed in the appearance of the Kamabaka kingdom, unable to extricate herself. Suyi is ready to fight. Soon after, their boat stopped on the beach. A breeze full of flowers and perfumes blew in, making Ace feel refreshed, while Suyi had goosebumps all over his body. In the pink jungle in the distance, there seemed to be some figures swaying. From a distance, the figures seemed to be shy girls, afraid to come forward because they were afraid of the arrival of strangers, and could only hide. Secretly peeping. At the same time, there is still some tension and anticipation in the heart. With Ace's concentration, Rao couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva at this time. Are all women on this island? I heard that this is the second daughter country. Don't you know it's all she-males here? Suyi murmured in his heart, feeling that Ace might have been deceived by someone else. Soon, the two walked towards the jungle. Ace walked in front. You could feel that he seemed a little excited. Suyi walked to the back and felt that people were gradually surrounding him. Stop. This is the kingdom of Kamabaka, and no one is allowed to enter. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stood in front of Ace. Due to the backlight, Ace could only see the silhouette of this person, the pink princess dress he was wearing, and the voice of a female voice, although it sounded a little weird. Ma'am, I'm sorry to bother you, but we're here to find someone. Ace bowed very politely and said politely. Of course, this is his original habit, but it does not rule out that he wants to express himself from the heart after meeting a woman. Ah, so polite. Advertisement. The shadow with the light behind her back seemed to be a little moved, and made a surprised voice full of femininity. And Ace also raised his head at this time. His face was a little red, and he didn't dare to look directly at each other. Well, may I enter your island? Of course, a polite and handsome little brother like you. The door here is always open for you. Come with me. The figure suddenly pulled Ace's arm and led him to trot on the road full of sakura flower petals. Ace swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Suyi behind him. His expression seemed to say, "Buddy, I won't wait for you." Suyi, on the other hand, looked at Ace, who was going away with a sad and painful expression. It is estimated that this will become the shadow of his life. Rustling. At this time, some voices also appeared in the surrounding bushes. Then, one after another, beautiful figures in pink clothes came out. Suyi sees sweat on his forehead. Wait for me, Ace. He quickly chased after Ace. Don't run, little brother, come and kiss. Behind him, a large group of unshaven bearded men with long hair on their legs, but with heavy makeup and pink clothes, chased after them. The image of a weak woman. Don't come here. Suyi's eyes were red, and he ran desperately. He had a feeling that if he stopped, he would probably die. Ace in front looked back curiously, but what he saw was a group of she-males chasing Suyi. Startled, he turned his head quickly. As a result, I saw that the woman, who was acting like a spoiled child, holding her hand, turned out to be the same she-male as the back. Ah! A terrifying cry resounded through the sea. Advertisement. 10 minutes later, the two of them sweated profusely and ran to a relatively safe area. Ace put his hands on his knees, looked at Suyi with a sad expression. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? You said it earlier. Why didn't you say earlier that it's all she-males? Suyi covered her forehead, her face also pale. I wanted to say it for a long time, but you didn't let me say it. Well, it was indeed his fault. However, this is too exaggerated. In the legendary Second Daughter country, all the people on it are monsters. Moreover, I was dragged by a she-male and ran for so long by the arm. Even, thinking in my mind. Ah. Ace started rolling on the ground with a shy expression on his face. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Click. Ah. He already told me that he should be Luffy's father's subordinate. Sanji put the food out of the pot and looked delicious. Both Su Yi and Ace got goosebumps and started running. Su Yi looked at the food on the plate. You won't turn into a ladyboy after eating, will you? 5 minutes later. This is offensive cooking. The main purpose of wearing this dress is to learn how to cook this kind of dishes. A large part of the reason why the she-males here are so powerful is because they often eat offensive dishes. Eat it, Sanji said after smoking a cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke. Don't come here. And Su Yi and Ace were finally able to meet Ivankov and Sanji, who was practicing on the island. Su Yi raised her hands. I promise not to say it. In the pink jungle in the distance, a group of figures appeared. If you tell me what happened today, I will kill you, Su Yi, I will really kill you. Ace began to threaten. Advertisement. Yeah. 2 handsome guys, don't run away. They are here. A whistling scream resounded. The two had a whole day with the ladyboys on the island. Speaking of which, Su Yi, why did you appear here? Sanji took a puff of cigarette, with an expression of seeing through the red dust. Sanji. He quickly took out his camera and took a picture of Sanji, who turned back. Su Yi and Sanji sat down. Delete it or I'll poison your meal. 35. Su Yi ate the attacking dishes made by Sanji. The taste was not bad, and he could clearly feel that these foods were processed into a state that could be easily absorbed. Almost all the nutrients in them were stimulated, and the differences between different ingredients, the special attributes cooperate with each other to form a special effect, which is somewhat similar to the medicinal diet on the Blue Star, but much more delicious. Sanji, are you Sanji? Su Yi saw the man in the Ivankov castle, wearing a princess dress, heavy makeup, and cooking with a cigarette, with a shocked expression on his face. Try it. I made it. He handed it to Su Yi. He thought it was possible. Finally, the energetic she-males are a little tired and can't run anymore. We're just looking for Ivankov. Go away. Sanji's expression suddenly became extremely terrifying, like a ghost crawling out of hell, making Su Yi swallow a mouthful of saliva. I'm here to find Ivankov. You should know that Ivankov is a cadre of the GM army. 35. At the same time, I began to wonder in my heart, could it be that Crocodile's so-called handle caught by Ivankov had a bad relationship, similar to Ace in the She-Male Kingdom? How is that possible? Sanji growled. Ace opened his mouth, turned into sharp teeth, his tongue jumped out like a spring. Come and play. 35. Su Yi said solemnly. Live on, Ace. Chapter 172, The Bond of the Dark World. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's not bad. If you eat it regularly, it is estimated that you can create a perfect body shape. 99. Su Yi ate all the food on his plate and spoke highly of Sanji's offensive cuisine. A certain image suddenly appeared in Sanji's mind, Nami and Robin getting better after eating his offensive food. Immediately, his eyes became heart-shaped, and a few white eyes spewed from his nostrils. Nami-san, Robin-san, wait for me, I will definitely learn this cooking technique and cook for you. Su Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This guy really hasn't changed at all. No, or it is a miracle that he has stayed in the She-Male Kingdom for such a long time, and he has not been assimilated into a she-male yet. Oh, Su Yi boy, it looks like you and Sanjiboy had a good time chatting. Ivankov and Ace seemed to have finished talking, and the two walked over. Ace looked a little excited. I'll see Sabo soon. Su Yi's eyes moved. It seemed that Ace had persuaded Ivankov to go to find Sabo. I would like to take you to Sabo, but only if the place where you meet cannot be our territory. Please forgive me for this, Ivankov said. Su Yi nodded. After all, the GM army is the target that the world government is looking for. The opponent must not reveal the location of their territory casually. Even if they don't have the slightest malice, they must prevent the occurrence of accident 117. Sanji went on to learn how to make offensive dishes. Advertisement. Ace really couldn't stay on this island for a moment, so he went to the beach with Su Yi. Hey, Su Yi, do you think Sabo can still think of me and Luffy? Ace suddenly asked. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Su Yi was a little puzzled. Ace suddenly let out a breath. Yeah, I'm sentimental, even if he can't remember, but as long as he's alive, it's fine. In my mind, childhood memories emerged. Sabo, he and Luffy, the three of them spent their days on the garbage mountain of Goa Kingdom, the real no-law zone and the epitome of the whole world, and they also accumulated pirate funds at that time. Celestial dragons. Ace remembered the reason for Sabo's accident. It was celestial dragons who bombarded Sabo's boat. If it wasn't for the fact that the dragons happened to pass there, Sabo must have been truly and completely dead. Sooner or later, I will find out the murderer. Ace narrowed his eyes slightly. Yoshi, Aceboy, Su Yi Boy, were off. Ivankov had already called a boat at this time, and had prepared enough supplies on it, and he himself covered his big head with a piece of cloth. Su Yi also doesn't know what the other party thinks. Shouldn't his iconic big head change Beej into a woman's form, which is the easiest to disguise? Or is it that men are Ivankov's original gender? All in all, the three of them boarded a big ship of the Shemale Kingdom. There were some Shemale sailors on this ship. They were all prisoners who were rescued from the Impel Down. At this time, they all became members of the GM army, responsible for escorting them. Ivankov, the cadre of the GM army. The meeting place is chosen there, Ivankov said. Where? Where does it mean? Su Yi was not as carefree as Ace, and didn't ask anything, otherwise he wouldn't know when he was sold. The trading market in the underground world is an impossible zone. 80% of the world's underground transactions are completed there. It can be said to be the dark link of the world. 5. Ivankov introduced. Advertisement. It was a nameless kingdom. A long time ago, there were many craftsmen with good skills in this kingdom. At the beginning, the craftsmen only made some tools of good quality and sold them to live. Later, people found out that the weapons made by Wuming Kingdom were first class, so they ordered a lot, and the people of Wuming Kingdom also tasted the sweetness. From then on, they only made weapons to make a fortune. Afterwards, the people of the Nameless Kingdom took the initiative to undertake most of the work of the underground trade, and turned their country into a terrifying country that exists entirely to serve the underground world. Here, even 5-year-old children can carry guns with them. The murder of children before the age of 10 is a normal thing. Now, in addition to guns and other weapons, there are slaves of various races, artificial devil fruit smile, and even poison gas weapons in circulation here. Did you mean Dressrosa? Su Yi said suddenly. Ivankov looked at Su Yi curiously. Dressrosa? Never heard of it. Su Yi fell into deep thought, and it seemed that he didn't know much about the world of pirates. He only knew that Dressrosa, under the control of Doflamingo, was transformed into a production base for Smile, and a large number of weapons were also sent to various countries at war. And Doflamingo is also the intermediary of the underground world, because it used to be celestial dragons, and now it is Shichibukai. It can be said that it is truly lawless. But this dark bond that Ivankov was talking about, he had never heard of. By the way, I haven't said it before, Smile is an artificial devil fruit. This is a special item that has just appeared recently, the source of which is unknown, but it has a very high failure rate. The person who eats it has only a 1/10 chance of getting the devil fruit ability, and its ability is definitely not as powerful as the real devil fruit, and it can only be zone. And if you fail, you will not only become a landlubber, lose your ability to swim, but also lose emotions such as anger and fear, and you will only be in a state of giggling. Also, if you eat the artificial devil fruit smile, even if you fail, you won't be able to eat other fruits. Ivankov's remarks shocked Ace and made Su Yi ponder. Advertisement. Don't think that both of you are demon fruit power and think that devil fruit is not a great thing, even if it is useless, it is devil fruit. In the eyes of most people in this world, it is a symbol of power, said Ivankov. Who made this artificial devil fruit? It can even gain power, Ace couldn't help asking. Ivankov shook his head. The only person I can think of is Vegapunk, but it is impossible for the world government to let his formula circulate, and we are also very confused about this large-scale manufacturing. At present, Our people are fully investigating at this time. Ace on the side said. After all, devil fruit is much more dangerous than guns and ammunition. Once it is widely used, it will be a terrible army. 99. So, why was it arranged for us to meet in the Nameless Kingdom? Su Yi asked. Ivankov said. This, mainly because Sabo and some comrades are currently there, collecting clues and evidence of the underground world transaction. If possible, it is best to destroy it. In this way, all the at least 2/3 of the world's wars will end without arms. Ace wondered. If that's the case, then Mariajoy should step in and not let it grow. Ivankov disdained. They don't care about this kind of thing, you can even see their shadow here. Nani, Ace is obviously still too simple, unable to imagine how complicated this world is. With the permanent pointer of the Nameless Kingdom, everyone arrived after a few days' voyage. Tourism, Persevik, Ivankov said, pointing to the star-like islands ahead. If you look down from the sky, you will find that the island in front has been transformed into a very regular ring-shaped island group. Starting from the periphery, it is a ring of islands with sandy beaches and various tourist facilities. The sea between the islands is equivalent to a swimming pool. The central area is a real island, but the top is also picturesque and looks like an exotic country. The people on it are all wearing their own national characteristics. It is impossible to see that this place is like a dark world. Look. Chapter 173 Sabo's Mission, Subverting the Nameless Kingdom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. We must have come to the wrong place. Ace put a cloak on herself. At this time on the beach on both sides of the strait, women in bikinis were looking curiously at the boat. And Su Yi also put a cape on himself. It's very confusing, right? To be honest, I felt that way when I first came here, but you'll understand right away. Ivankov pretended to be mysterious. Our ships can only be parked around here and can't really enter the core area. He said and parked the boat on a nearby pier. Let the goblins stay and watch the ship. The three of them were wearing cloaks and masks, and came to the entrance of the roundabout. By the way, aren't the three of us too much attention? Ace adjusted the Vulcan mask on his face and said. It wasn't the three of us that caught the attention, it was he alone that caught the attention. Su Yi, wearing a wolf face mask, pointed to Ivankov next to him and said. Ivankov's head is huge, so the mask he wears is also a big one, so it's very weird. So that the passers-by around them all looked at them with a curious look, and it was impossible not to attract attention. Well, don't worry about these details, this is actually a veritable tourist resort. You two can have fun. The women here are very enthusiastic. Ivankov said. By the way, where is Sabo? Ace's focus was not on this. What he wanted to see most now was Sabo, and he was not in the mood to take a vacation here. Advertisement. Yo, bring me a glass of juice with ice. And when the two of them were not paying attention, Su Yi had completely integrated into it. Although it was very strange to wear a cloak and a mask, in the world of pirates, all kinds of strange things were emerging one after another, and there were not many people like him. Su Yi inserted the straw through the hole in one eye of his mask, and then stuffed it into his mouth, so that he finally drank the juice. But in this way, the straw is bent at the eye hole, and it will make a sizzling sound when drinking. Hey, this guy is too laid back, don't forget that you are still wanted. Ace on the side couldn't stand it any longer and couldn't help but complain. Ivankov said. Now Sabo has other things, we will see him in 3 hours, he said. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. All right. Ace had no choice but to accept this reality. Boss, bring me an ice cream. He walked to a stall aside and said to the stall owner. Hey, I've gotten used to it so quickly. Ivankov was complaining. He was talking about Su Yi just now, but now he has done the same thing. Since the meeting place with Sabo is near the central island, the only way to get there is to walk around the ring-shaped island. So the three of them swaggered up on the road, attracting the attention of people on the road. Hey, I said those three over there, secretive, aren't they some wanted criminals? Suddenly, on the beach beside, a man lying on the beach stopped Su Yi and the three of them. The man was wearing beach shorts, but there were 2 Marine soldiers standing guard beside him. As a tourist attraction here, it is not surprising that Marine will appear. In this regard, Su Yi and others did not intend to ignore it, but continued to walk on their own. Hey, I said that the three of you don't understand human language. The man sat up from the beach chair, took out a pistol and aimed it at the three of them. At this moment, the people around looked at this man with strange eyes. Seeing this, the man felt a little uncomfortable. Advertisement. However, he soon discovered the anomaly. Seeing their own guns, the people here, whether they are men or women, or even children, all have expressions on their faces that are accustomed to it, and even the people standing beside the three strangely dressed people are not many. Panic. It seems that he is not afraid of being affected by Chiyu. Su Yi also discovered this. He noticed that the locals here, whether men or women, or even children, have more or less bulging things in their clothes. You don't need to guess to know that it is definitely a gun. Marine, who was wearing beach pants, felt that he was being ignored, and immediately said angrily, "You three, take off your mask and let me see if you are wanted criminals, otherwise I will." Kacha, kacha, kacha. Suddenly, more than a dozen pistols appeared beside the Marine, and the black muzzles were all aimed at the man's body. It seemed that as long as the trigger in his hand was pulled, the dozen or so pistols would also fire. And the people with guns are actually those innocent-looking women in bikinis. You guys, what do you want to do? I'm Lieutenant Colonel Marine, you're all dead if you provoke me. The man's face was shocked and flustered, and he didn't expect people here to carry weapons with them. And inexplicably directed at himself. Don't they know they're Marines? Marine. Now the most incompetent people in the world are going to be Marines. 35. A beautiful woman in a bikini said. Yeah, now is the era of the great pirates. Whitebeard has completely defeated Marine, and the pirates can't be caught. Is there any leisure time here? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. If you were reported, do you think you would still be in the Marine? 95 feet. A few beauties said a word to each other, making the man speechless, and in the end they could only run away in despair. What's going on? Su Yi, who was about to start, looked at Ivankov suspiciously, not understanding why the people here wanted to help them. This is the rule here. No one can use force here. This is an out-of-zone area. Whether it's Marine or a pirate, you have to pretend not to see each other here. Otherwise, it's not the simple family that will offend, but the whole family. The big men of the world have come here to buy weapons. Ivankov explained to the two in a low voice. The three move on. Su Yi noticed that he and others were being followed. Advertisement. No need to look. He can also perceive with the color of sight. It is one of the few bikini women just now. Point 0. It seems that you are worried about us, afraid that we will cause trouble here. Su Yi thought to himself. But he didn't care either. This was the Grand Line, not the New World. No matter how much trouble there was, it wouldn't be a big problem. He is not Luffy. No matter how good he is, he can fight back and forth when he encounters small characters. As long as he doesn't encounter the 4 emperors or admiral, he can easily solve it. Before long, the three of them walked around the ring-shaped island several times without encountering anything along the way. And when entering the last 3 circles of the island, the people around finally gradually changed. From the original simple traveler, some men with fierce faces gradually appeared. Not bad at first sight. Some of them Su Yi have seen on the bounty order, and they are all pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million. It's just ahead, the biggest auction in the unnamed kingdom. Sabo said he'll be waiting for you there. Ivankov pointed to a strange building in front of it. It was a bit like an ancient colosseum. Entering inside, it was indeed remodeled with a colosseum. The surrounding area was filled with people, and the central area was used to display auction items. The auction is open air, giving it a special feel. Ivankov led the two of them to sit in a corner. Su Yi glanced into the distance, and saw a man who also wore a cloak, but radiated a strong vitality. This man was carrying an abandoned water pipe behind his back. There was no doubt about it. That's Sabo. At this time Sabo was chatting with Koala next to him. Have you decided, Sabo? Koala looked serious. Ah, the people of this country are longing for redemption. Sabo's eyes were firm, and in his mind he recalled the women and children with guns he saw on the beach. Although they didn't say anything, From the bottom of their eyes, Sabo could see the deep fear of death. Chapter 174 Reunion. Overturn the auction. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Koala took a deep look at Sabo. You bastard, what a mess. Sabo closed his eyes. The filth here has polluted my eyes. Conspirators, careerists, and some royal families, for their own purposes, buy weapons from here, to conquer those good people. 99. Speaking of this, he opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since they like to use violence to treat others so much, then we can naturally use violence to deal with them. 5. Koala said, if you subvert this place, the big people in the world will hate you. Sabo smiled and said, well, compared to what Long is going to do next, this is nothing but nothing. That's right, the world won't be so peaceful anytime soon, Koala said. By the way, Koala suddenly remembered something. Ivankov called you and said that there are 2 people who want to see you, and now that they are here, when do you think you are going to meet them? Sabo didn't care. Wait for the auction, 120, to end, now is not the right time. Koala nodded and said nothing more. On the other side, the 3 of Suyi were also watching the contents of the auction. Auctions here seem to happen every day. However, the auction items were somewhat surprising to several people. It's almost the same as the human auction in the bottom islands of Sabayati. All are auction slaves. Only more than that. These are the 3 famous dancing sisters. Look at their figures, as well as their beautiful faces. The most important thing is that the 3 of them look almost exactly the same. Let the proud dancers become their own slaves. Don't you want to have them? The staff tried their best to introduce the first lot, and in the cage in the middle of the auction were 3 women who looked exactly the same. I'll give 500,000 Baileys. A wretched-looking man raised the sign in his hand and said. Okay. This guest bid 5 billion Baileys, is there anything higher than that? I'll give 600,000 Baileys. I'll give 700,000 Baileys. This is a rare gem, you can't let it go, I'll give you 1 million Baileys. 99. Soon, the price soared to a height of 1 million Baileys. Just when everyone felt that this first round of auction was about to end, someone suddenly raised a sign. 10 million Baileys. Silence descended on the auction. Everyone turned their attention to the speaker in unison. Advertisement. At the same time, the idea of whether this person is a fool was born in his mind. Ace and Ivankov next to Suyi were also staring at him with surprised eyes. Do you have that much money? I have 3 billion Baileys. Suyi said lightly. All right. The 2 didn't say anything more. Since Suyi had money, even if he burned all the money, it was his power. No one else has the right to interfere. Oh, this guest offered 10 million Baileys, is there anything higher? The staff at the auction was immediately excited. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he was naturally very happy since someone had made a higher bid. This means that he can get a very high share after the fact. This should be a rich uncle. Everyone who comes here is not an ordinary character, it's better not to explore his identity. It's really interesting, it looks like something very interesting is going to happen today. 35. At the auction at this time, people were privately pointing at Suyi. And Suyi, who was hiding under the mask, was expressionless. Then, the second lot appeared. This is a small human race, it is very rare, although it is only a male, but it is still good as a collection. The staff of 35 continued to introduce. I give 1 million Baileys. 35. Someone raised a sign. 10 million. 99. Suyi continued to raise his cards, crushing everyone with an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to him again. This guy, isn't he here to find fault? Tisk tisk, it's really interesting, it looks like it's going to be lively today. Really, no matter how rich you are, you don't spend it like this. 5. Suyi can naturally hear the voices of everyone talking. But he remained indifferent. At this time, the staff began to be a little suspicious. There was no way. It was the first time he had seen a game like Suyi without money. Advertisement. Shouldn't be a liar. Then, sir, can you pay me the money for the first 2 times? A waitress came up with a tray in her hand. Suyi took out 2 stacks of Baileys from the cloak, and the other side counted them, and it turned out to be 20 million Baileys. Seeing this scene, the auction continued. Then this is a rare fur tribe. The staff didn't finish talking. Su Yi raised the sign. 10 million Baileys. Brush brush. Countless eyes instantly fell on Su Yi. Now, people are sure, this guy is here to find fault. Also, he is quite rich. You guy, it looks like you're rich. Suddenly, a ferocious looking man came over. Why don't you lend me 100 million? 35. Several staff members came out immediately and raised their guns. No trouble here. The other party snorted coldly and was about to leave. Okay, it's 100 million Baileys. 35. Su Yi suddenly threw a box, and the money inside spilled out. This scene once again shocked everyone. The staff looked at Su Yi with puzzled eyes. Seems to be looking at a real local tyrant. But more people were looking at Su Yi with greedy eyes, as if they had found a piece of fat. The order of the auction was completely chaotic. One after another, people stood up and gathered around. Ace laughed. The people around were kneeling on the ground, greedily grabbing money. If there is no problem with their eyes, one is the 4.9 big pirates with a reward of 1 billion. Okay, I'll give you all the money. 35. Advertisement. Really? Just kill him, just an idiot with some money. 99. Gotta. It's over, I just took their money and I'm dead. Hey, little brother, I'm also short of money. For a while, the people who were preparing to kill all stopped. Su Yi suddenly stood up, and a burst of energy radiated out. The bodies of these people suddenly fell to the ground weakly. But everyone who took the money and wanted to leave fell to the ground. Ace suddenly exuded a haki. Of course, they didn't faint, but their legs were so weak that they couldn't run away. Seeing this, Ace also threw away the cloak and mask. At this moment, many people took out their weapons one after another. How can these two big men appear here? Only Sabo in the distance understood something. People are going to die here. It seems that we are not the only ones who are going to make a big fuss. What the hell is this guy? Someone suddenly shouted. Koala also took off his gloves and put them in his pockets, ready to fight. Some people were able to walk at this time and wanted to leave. The other is the son of Roger, the pirate king, who is also a legend who survived from Marine in the Battle of the Top. I was wrong, I'll give you the money back, please forgive me. Su Yi stood up. The cloak was like a bottomless pit, and a lot of money was spilled out. No one is allowed to leave here. 35. Slam la. Damn it, my legs can't move. Really, I knew that you are not the master who can hold your breath. Anyway, I've had enough of being suffocated. He looked at the two with astonished eyes. Su Yi also smiled, and suddenly shouted to Sabo in the distance. Hey, Sabo, how is this meeting ceremony? You must be trying to subvert this country. In this case, it is better to start from here. Among these people present, half of them should be members of the royal family of this country, and controlling them should be tantamount to controlling the underground world here. Su Yi opened his cloak and took off his mask. Chapter 175 Leave the country. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabo glanced at Su Yi, then at Ace. Who are you? He said, holding his booger. Idiot. Koala tapped Sabo's head with his fist. These two men are not simple characters. Ivankov said they were the ones who wanted to see you. I didn't expect that they were both extremely vicious criminals. While talking, Koala rummaged through the stack of wanted notices in his hand very seriously, and after a while, he found two fresh wanted notices with the pictures of Su Yi and Ace on them. Damn it, there are 1 billion and 115 billion. Sabo looked at the amount on the wanted list in shock. I'm only more than 500 million. 35. So you care about this? Koala growled. But what are the two of them trying to do? That guy named Su Yi actually knew your mission and said he wanted to give you a big gift. Really, he was someone who made his own claims. Sabo smiled and said, isn't this very good? I was going to make a scene here, and that person said it right. A considerable part of the members of the royal family of the unknown kingdom who participated in this auction, as long as they control them, then you can control the nameless kingdom. After speaking, he said to Koala, inform everyone, 14 will surround this place, and no one is allowed to go out. Then, he looked at Ace and Su Yi, I'll go meet them. Then, Sabo trotted and came to Su Yi and Ace. After seeing Ace, Sabo's heart skipped a beat for some reason, and some fragments of images flashed in his mind, and then he covered his head. Hey! It hurts, and the headache is again. Hey, Ivankov, is this the two people you said you want to see me with? Sabo covered his head and looked at Ivankov, who was sitting beside them. Yes, one of them knew you before you lost your memory. Seeing Sabo's reaction, Ivankov raised his brows, and sure enough, Sabo should have thought of something after seeing Ace's face, otherwise he wouldn't have a headache. Ace suddenly walked towards Sabo. In his mind, the image of the past emerged. After drinking this glass of wine, we will be brothers in the future. Ace, in the future I will go out to see the outside world. Ace, I must become stronger, stronger, stronger. Wiping away the tears from the corners of my eyes. Ace smiled and suddenly pulled out an abandoned water pipe from the cloak behind him. Advertisement. Sabo, do you still know this? Sabo resisted the headache, opened one eye, and looked at the water pipe in Ace's hand. Then, his pupils shrank, and some vague images appeared in his mind. Ha 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 ha. Sabo, I won again this time. Sabo, how about we have a match? Sabo, Luffy, he fell into the water again. Sizzle. The clearer the picture, the more headache for Sabo. Ace smiled and looked at Sabo. Do you remember? That guy Luffy. Sizzle. Sabo suddenly knelt on the ground and let out a painful growl from his throat. Ivankov panicked. Koala also ran over. Sabo, what happened to him? Ace laughed. It's okay. Sabo is very strong. Sabo knelt on the ground. The picture in my mind continued to flash, and it became clearer. Dayton, starting today, Sabo will be staying with you. After drinking this glass of wine, we will be brothers in the future. Sabo, Ace, he stole my meat again. In fact, during the Summit War, I saw the picture of Ace being executed. He had already remembered something. However, the newspapers did not mention Ace's whereabouts later, nor did Ace die there. Therefore, he did not completely regain his memory. At this time, seeing Ace himself, and Ace's series of actions, finally awakened his sleeping memory fragment. I do not know how long it has been. Tick. A tear fell to the ground. Advertisement. Tick 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 tick. Koala looked at Sabo in surprise. Are you crying? 35. Sabo raised his face, and 2 lines of clear water flowed out of his eyes. I was crying with excitement. Ace, you've grown so big. Luffy, he's out to sea too. Su Yi walked away silently. At this time, a large number of GM troops poured into the auction. Tie up the fainted people on the ground. It is conceivable to imagine what kind of turbulence will occur in the world after this country, which is specialized in underground transactions, is overturned. At least the number and scale of wars will be reduced a lot, and many big men will be very angry because of this. It is estimated that Doflamingo will also appear. After all, as a dark intermediary, there should also be some of his interests in it. If this is the case, those big men will definitely not watch the restoration of peace here. They will definitely come to do things. Sabo, what will you do? 55. Su Yi looked at Sabo in the distance. It wasn't long before Sabo had regained his composure. The people who started to command the GM army. I'm going to do something big. Ace, do you want to come together? Maybe Dayton will be unexpectedly happy to see the two of us appearing in the newspaper. Sabo laughed. Ace nodded, but your name should only be known by a small number of people, right? Sabo pointed to his hat. It's okay, she understands everything when she sees this in you. Okay. I know, can you let go of my face? After an exciting speech. At the same time, 120 people in the crowd had already drawn out their guns and aimed them at Sabo's head. Of course, that's all. This kind of report will be covered up once it gets to the newspaper. Sabo finally said. You should be clear that this country has been completely finished, and the big people who have interests here will not let this place return to peace, so the only way out is, get out of here. Others are looking for their relatives and want to go with them. After that, things are very simple. Advertisement. However, this kind of person was directly solved by the GM army lurking in the crowd. Sabo begins to speak openly about the history of the country, and the dark side that is unknown to the world. Sabo said sternly. Even a 5-year-old child carries a gun. The parents just go out once, but they may never come back. The child may be kidnapped by traffickers at any time. This kind of life, you thought about it. So, the second step of Sabo's plan began. She dropped the gun and resolutely followed Sabo and rushed out. The crowd began to boil, and some people followed in Sabo's footsteps without hesitation. She tugged at Sabo's face and distorted it. I said, Sabo, have you forgotten the business? There will be opportunities to reminisce later. Saying that, he jumped up and jumped off the high platform. However, seeing that someone kidnapped the royal family, and openly told the matter, was still quite shocked, with a look of disbelief. After a pause, he continued. Those who are willing to leave this rotten land will come with us. Then, the dark side of the unknown kingdom was recorded through the confessions and photos of the royal family of the unknown king. And on the coast ahead, I don't know when a big ship appeared. Hulala. Galloping forward in a road that the crowd gave way. The two chatted for a long time, and even Koala couldn't stand it any longer and forcibly pulled the two away. That's great, the GM army is here, I've been waiting for this day for too long. He let these members of the royal family take them outside. And those who choose to watch are all outsiders. Of course, most of the people who are listening know it. Someone wept with joy. People who were not interested in Sabo's speech at first suddenly raised their heads in surprise. Sabo said helplessly. Koala found a reporter who had already been contacted earlier. Wife, go and call the child, let's go together. In the crowd, someone moved first, the bikini beauty Suyi had seen before. When the people outside saw this scene, they all gathered around. Chapter 176 Shaking the World, the Dark Bond Collapses. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? The people from the GM army are here. Are they crazy? Don't you know where we are here? How many big people from all over the world buy our weapons? How many big people's interests are directly linked to us here? How dare you do such a thing? The Nameless Kingdom. In the palace. The king of the Nameless Kingdom, who had just heard the news of Sabo and the others, was furious. Send someone immediately to execute the GM army's people, and bring back the abducted citizens as well. Yes. Looking at the captain of the guards who had gone away, the king of the unknown kingdom paced back and forth in the hall. Really? It's a bunch of lunatics. I've heard about their dangers long ago, but shouldn't they focus on those countries that are at war? How could they come to us? If something goes wrong, my life will be at risk. 5. The king understood that he was just a puppet in the hands of those great men. They could replace him with a puppet whenever they wanted. So, once he had a problem here. In the end, there will be no problem with the underground black trading chain of the unknown kingdom. But his king may need to be replaced. Ring Island. The riots continue. However, there are already people from the king's army who have come forward to suppress the riots. They are specially trained to deal with the current situation. Each and everyone has extraordinary strength. Even the fighters of the GM army, it is difficult to take advantage of them. Not good, Sabo. More king's army is coming. Suddenly, a combatant ran over and reported to Sabo who was fighting. I saw that on the central island in the distance, a group of heavily armed soldiers were heading here. That momentum is basically the appearance of a regular army. When the rioters saw this, some people sat down on the ground in direct despair. It's over. The king's army is full of elite warriors who have the ability to reward tens of millions of pirates, and we can't run away. They also have weapons supported by seastone, which can specifically restrain the ability. And they also have the hardness of diamonds. At this moment, a figure trotted out of the crowd and faced the menacing king's army. Advertisement. I'm here, Ace, Sabo, you can't get hurt. 39. While running, Suyi transformed into a human beast form, and with a sweep of his tail knife, he directly sent a slash, the length of which directly covered the entire array of the king's army. Tail knife katakana middle dot eagle wave. A blue slash flew out, reflecting the entire area into blue. The slashing seems to be slow and fast, people want to avoid but they feel that their legs are not obeying. Boom. The king's army in the first row raised the shield inlaid with seastone in their hands, but was directly knocked out and hit the second row of the king's army. Boom. 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 Then the third row, the fourth row, the fifth row. Nearly half of the king's army was chopped down to the ground, forming a crowd of people, and some people even spit out blood. On the first row of the royal army's shield facing Su Yi's combat skills, the shield, which was said to be inlaid with the hardness of sea stone, was cut with a deep knife mark. Damn it, it's amazing. In the distance, Sabo saw this scene with a few drops of sweat on his head. While others were even more shocked. Damn it. One person blocked the king's army. We are saved, run away. Immediately, seeing such a powerful man actually standing on his side, he was responsible for the breakup. People who were already desperate, rekindled their yearning for freedom at this time. And as if beaten with blood. This is the strong buff. Su Yi turned his head and glanced behind him with a smile. Let's make a big fuss. What is the bond of the dark world? What big man will take revenge? In this world only people with hard fists are the boss. If you don't agree, call those so-called big men. Come and kill me. Then, he continued to look at the king's army. The blow just now should have destroyed the morale of these people. But at this time, whether it was seriously injured or the king's army who was not injured, they all continued to charge forward desperately. It seems that they are all dead, so I don't need to keep my hands. Advertisement. Seeing this, Su Yi understood that these guys were a bunch of brainwashed, underworld lackeys. Immediately, he rushed over, lifted his tail knife and held it in his hand like a sickle, with armament hockey attached to it. Flick off, flick off. He waved his tail knife indiscriminately, and immediately cut down the king's army on the ground. Wherever they went, everyone raised their shields. However, these shields could not prevent Su Yi's hockey, and were directly cut with knife marks. What's more, I didn't have time to block Su Yi's tail knife with a shield. The armor was cut directly, and the sturdy armor made of stainless steel was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Su Yi. And even if he resisted the slash with a shield, Su Yi's strength alone was enough to make everyone vomit blood. What kind of guy is this, monster? Is this the power of demon fruit power? It's amazing. 55. Fight him with sea stone. The king's army swarmed up and threw the net doped with sea stone at Su Yi. At the same time, they frantically squeezed Su Yi's body with their shields, trying to let sea stone touch Su Yi. Really? Tenacious. 39. Su Yi lowered his head, others couldn't see his expression, but a sharp aura was rolling out of him. I originally planned to play casually, since you are courting death, then I will. His body suddenly swelled 3 times and turned into a sword wolf shape. At the same time, his body was curled up, and a layer of dark armament hockey was attached to the surface of his body. Knife Wolf Chariot. 9. Boom boom boom. He began to tumble. Whether it was Seastone's shield or net, it was crushed directly. The king's army was unable to stop Su Yi in the slightest, like a pile of human-shaped pieces of paper, vulnerable to Su Yi's rampage. At this moment, they no longer had the bravery they had before, only fear and despair remained. Throwing away their helmets and armor, they ran away. Strange. Monster. Run. It's terrible. Is this still human? Advertisement. Help. After a fierce battle, the king's army was already lying on the ground, and no one could stand up again. At this time, the GM army has brought all the citizens of the unknown kingdom to the ship. A boatload of people has been carried away. But many more flocked to the docks. However, this country was originally a small country with a total population of only tens of thousands of people. After Sabo and others brought in a few more ships, they loaded all the rest. And Su Yi and others left in the last boat. The nameless kingdom has no citizens, and the country has already existed in name only. This place will only become a deserted island with no one. If the underground transaction continues, without the cover of the country on the surface, it will be extremely dangerous, and it may be attacked by marine at any time. It is estimated that soon it will also stop, Sabo said, standing at the stern, looking at the land that was moving away. Koala on the side also walked to the stern and looked into the distance. Hey, Sabo, where do you plan to place so many people? Sabo scratched his head. You should be able to solve this kind of thing, right? Koala suddenly showed a very kind smile. That means you have no idea yet. Bang bang bang. After punching and kicking, Sabo's face was swollen like a pig's head. Before doing this kind of thing next time, make a detailed plan for me, Sol Dan. Koala's fist was smoking, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. I was wrong. Sabo looked at Koala pitifully. Meanwhile, Nameless Kingdom. The previous reporter has faithfully recorded everything Sabo and others have done. Of course, from the perspective of a candid photographer. After putting down the camera, his face was solemn. The Nameless Kingdom will soon cease to exist, the whole world will be turbulent, the dark bonds will be lost, and the world pattern will undergo drastic changes. This news must be very valuable. Saying that, he picked up the interview that Sabo had gotten rid of from his record. Now, this news can also be released. By the way, breaking the news about the darkness of this world will definitely shock the world. When I think of the changes in the expressions of people all over the world tomorrow, I find it very interesting. Chapter 177 Su Yi is on the news. Friends are surprised. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The second day after Su Yi and others left the Nameless Kingdom. Small Sky Island. Waking up early in the morning, Nami, who had just taken a hot bath, was about to sit at the table and eat her own breakfast when she picked up the newspaper on the table and read it casually. However, before she put the bread in her mouth, her hand stopped. His eyes were fixed on the picture on the first page of the newspaper. The picture shows Sabo's speech on the high platform, and behind it is a group of tied-up royal families. And below is the crowd of people. Shocked. The dark bond of the underground world has collapsed. The second commander, Sabo of the GM army, launched a burglary incident in the tourist resort of the Unknown Kingdom yesterday and took away all the citizens of the Unknown Kingdom. The truth turned out to be like this. Below is a detailed record of the dark truth of the Unknown Kingdom. On the surface, it is a tourist resort, but in fact a secret underground port has been dug out under the kingdom. Most of the world's black underground transactions are done here, and 80% of the countries at war have once again purchased weapons. The citizens of the Nameless Kingdom have always been under enormous pressure to survive, and they carry guns with them whenever they may lose their lives. Even children under the age of 10 do. And just then, Sabo appeared and saved the people of this country. He does not forcefully take people away, but more than 90% of those who are willing to go with him. In the end, the Nameless Kingdom exists in name only, and only some members of the royal family remain, but this is not enough to exist as a country. The royal families who rely on people's labor to obtain a rich life are likely to emigrate to other countries and become ordinary rich people. Nami had already eaten the bread, and read the following information while reading the newspaper. And in this Battle of the Stealing Kingdom, the most surprising thing is the appearance of two pirates. They are Fire Fist Ace, who once became the protagonist in Summit War. He is also the son of the Pirate King Roger, and the other is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Demon Hunter Su Yi. Both of them gave great help to the GM army in this battle, and Fire Fist Ace and the second in command of the GM army acted more like comrades in arms who cooperated closely. Su Yi, the Demon Hunter, annihilated the entire king's army by himself, drawing a stop to the war of stealing the country. 35. Below are 3 freshly released wanted notices. One is Sabo's, and his bounty has risen from more than 500 million originally to 600 million. Advertisement. One is Ace's, from 1.5 billion to 1.513 billion Bailey. Another one is Su Yi's, which has risen from the original 1 billion to 1.1 billion Bailey. It's incredible. What is Su Yi doing here? And isn't Ace supposed to be a pirate? How did he get involved in the GM army? By the way, I remember that Luffy's father was the leader of the GM army, so that's why. So why exactly? Nami felt that his whole body was messed up. Logically speaking, Ace is not the son of the dragon. And there should be no intersection between the two. But now he actually ran over to help the GM army, and it seemed that he had a hot fight with the second in command of the GM army. She couldn't figure out why. And why did Su Yi also run over? Forget it. A bunch of troublesome guys. Since it's not the news of their arrest, then don't worry about them. Nami covered his forehead, threw the newspaper aside, and began to concentrate on his breakfast. Shemale Kingdom. Early in the morning, the Shemales who were chasing Sanji by the river were suddenly interrupted. Stop chasing now. There is news from her Lady Queen. Immediately, Sanji and the Shemales drew a temporary rest. reading newspapers together. After seeing the news about Suyi and Ace in the newspaper, Sanji took a deep breath. It seems that this guy Suyi doesn't stop even when he is cultivating. Speaking of which, he has just left here for a few days, right? Just spit out a smoke ring. Sanji realized that something was wrong. The surrounding shemales have already surrounded him at the moment, surrounding him in the middle. Little Sanji, you can't run away this time. Advertisement. Come into the arms of your sister, moi. Accept your true self, you will find a different world. Sanji. Accept a wool. F*ku. Then, he jumped up suddenly, stamping his feet hard in the air. He actually flew. Ah, bad, Koyama Kai ran away. Zhao Shanji, come back soon. Oyama Kai, don't you want us? 35. Sanji kept flying, he couldn't stop at all. Beej because stop and die. As this moonwalk, it's a really good ability. It's a pity that it consumes too much physical strength. Is it the reason why I just became a master? 599. Ruins of the West Gyar Kingdom. Zoro, who just got up and went to the toilet, got lost in the castle and couldn't find his room, accidentally came to the living room. 5 minutes later. Hoo ho ho ho. Mr. Suyi's bounty has risen again. It seems that I have to continue to work hard, but I can't be left behind too much. Brook put down the newspaper. Less chatter. Zoro sat down quietly and started drinking tea. In his dressing room, Brook, who was trying on clothes, picked up the newspaper on the table. Hawkeye said lightly, you can go back to your room by walking straight down the stairs behind you. 39. Speaking of which, a guy like you can actually deceive people. Looks like it's time to lose weight, but the food looks so tempting. After seeing Zoro appear, he said, you seem to be lost again. Zoro picked up the newspaper and read it for a long time, and finally found the name of Suyi. Advertisement. Zoro made an oh, and ran out. He picked it up and looked at it, his eyes suddenly widened. Hawkeye is here having breakfast and reading the newspaper. Come on baby. Hawkeye threw the newspaper to Zoro, there's a mention of Suyi on it. Hawkeye was putting a piece of steak into his mouth at this time, and when he saw Zoro appear, the fork in his hand fell to the ground. He suddenly realized that his hands had become so fat that he couldn't tell where his fingers were. On an island somewhere. Why can't I hold the newspaper in my hand? At this time, the newspaper delivery seagull flying in the sky dropped a newspaper. The fat Usopp is eating. It's Mr. Ace, and Mr. Suyi. Did the two of them actually go to the Nameless Kingdom? I remember that when I went to sea, it was still a country of craftsmen in the world's civilization. He looked at Hawkeye with an incredible look. A few minutes later, he reappeared in the living room. Hawkeye glanced at him lightly, and then continued to eat his breakfast calmly. Hoo. Picking up the guitar and stroking the strings with both hands, the guitar suddenly made a violent sound. At this time, his body has turned into a hill. Breathing heavily, he returned to the living room again. Zoro clenched his fists angrily. Can I demolish this labyrinth-like castle? It's really twisty. 99. This kid is really restless. He is still running around during training time, but his strength is also stronger. He even chopped up the shield made of sea stone. Is this the role of armament hockey? It seems that I have to become master earlier. Then he finished his breakfast and went back to his room to get the knife. Did Suyi actually go to that kind of place? It seems that I have to work hard. I eat today's meal before losing weight. It's not right to waste food. Boeing Islands. I remember that my room was clearly like this. Chapter 178 News from Sabo, Surprise Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Usopp, you can no longer eat. I must stop you today. At this time, Hercules appeared in an insect armor. And behind him, followed by a group of huge insects. Come on, subdue him for me. Hercules threw the tempting food in his hand to Usopp's side. Immediately, he himself rolled on the spot quickly and hid in the grass beside him. Usopp, don't blame me. Without these guys and your sparring, you can't take the initiative to lose weight on your own, and if you go on like this, you'll turn into a ball of meat, and you won't be able to do anything even if you don't get eaten by the island. Buzzing. A bee the size of a house flew to Usopp. Just now Hercules threw something like honey on him. However, facing the attack of a swarm of bees, Usopp was unmoved and unhurriedly activated the ability of wax fruit. He didn't even lift his fingers, and his body automatically dissolved into a pool of candles, from which a few balls of candle slime flew out, locking the wings of several bees. Then, he quickly made a candle chariot. The chariot carried his huge body on a rampage, knocking out the insects that were constantly killing. Bang bang bang. The muzzle of the chariot was raised, and the shells shot out one by one, hitting the weak spots of the insects with precision and accuracy. Subdue them one by one. It's useless, Hercules. Now I know wax fruit like the back of my hand, and I've also awakened the ability to know what's going on behind me without looking back. Oh, this seems to be the observation hockey that Suyi said, now no existence can hurt me. 99. Afterwards, he even made 2 candle arms and grabbed the food on the ground in front of him and ate it. If I can't use my hands and feet, then I can use my ability to create a pair of hands and feet, so that it can be solved perfectly. Usopp showed only one face and continued to eat frantically. Hercules wiped the cold sweat from his face. Usopp's talent is beyond his imagination. Whether it is the suddenly awakened observation hockey, or the ultimate master of devil fruit's ability, the 5-body drop that he admires. Advertisement. But he still worries about Usopp's future. This kid, if you continue to eat it, it will definitely not work, you must continue to increase the intensity. He suddenly ran out. After a while, more and more powerful insects flew over. Hercules, it's useless, I'm invincible. Usopp wasted his stamina recklessly, and he didn't even notice that his use of wax fruit has become more and more handy. Because he wants to replace his hands and feet, his control over candles is so fine that he can create fingers. And he did not lose the macro-destructive power. He was able to directly create a candle mecha that was about the same height as a giant, and its combat power could crush all the insects on this island. Future Kingdom. Inside Vegapunk's lab, a huge mecha suddenly woke up from its slumber. DDD. Charging complete, starting. The mecha's eyes lit up with 2 lights, and at the same time, the lights of the entire experiment lit up together with it. Ow! Super! Another day full of energy. If you look closely, you will find that this huge mecha looks a bit like Frankie. But its volume is already larger than the sunshine. Only a special warehouse in Vegapunk's lab can contain his body. Wabo Alloy 2.0 has been researched, and the next step is to try to replace all the metals in the body with this alloy. Frankie said to himself, his body suddenly deformed. His arm fell off, he ate it into his mouth, and his body shook for a while. Later, an arm grew out of his severed arm, but it was smaller than the original size. Then Frankie continued to do the same, and soon the whole body became the material of Wabo Alloy 2.0. The hardness has surpassed that of steel, and it also has super toughness. Would you like to transform the sunshine into this material? Frankie muttered to himself as he continued his strange research. Drop drop. The printer on him suddenly made a beep, and then, today's newspaper was printed. Advertisement. A small robotic arm reached out and shoved the newspaper into a groove in Frankie's body. Damn it, Suyi actually did such a big thing. Damn it, Suyi did such a big thing. Chopper woke up early in the morning, and his eyes lit up when he saw what was in the newspaper. It seems that everyone is desperately doing their own thing, and I will work hard too. Baldigo. GM Army Headquarters. A newspaper that detonated all members of the GM Army. Sabo. He really did it. This is tantamount to fighting against the underground forces all over the world. Now it's troublesome, and our pressure has increased a lot. 35. However, that's fine. Without the weapons delivery from the Nameless Kingdom, those kingdoms waiting to be liberated have become much weaker. It's just that this matter is too publicized. This is equivalent to putting us on the bright side. It is estimated that the world government will also pay attention to it. At this time, Robin, who had just arrived in Baldigo, happened to see the contents of the newspaper. She didn't watch Sabo Ace's related reports, but went directly to Suyi. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot asterisk hash asterisk pound. It's really tough. Suyi seems to have grown into a powerful man. The corners of her mouth curled up. Monkey D. Dragon walked quickly to the conference room. Sabo is making a lot of noise, but don't get caught up in the excitement. Our work is here. Those people that Sabo brought out from the Nameless Kingdom need a place to settle, and at the same time give them work. We rush to a meeting. After speaking, he opened the newspaper and saw the report above. Fire Fist Ace. I don't seem to have heard Sabo mention it. What is the relationship between the two of them? Ancient Kingdom ruins. Today is another day when Hancock delivers food to Luffy. Hancock, who had been waiting for a long time, came to the island with a large package. At this time, Luffy is doing morning practice. At this time, Rayleigh was holding a stick and hitting Luffy. However, Luffy seemed to have eyes behind his back, dodging all Rayleigh's attacks. Point 0. Advertisement. Then, he raised his fist, which was quickly covered with a layer of black hockey. Armed. Boom. He punched the trunk of a large tree nearby, and the trunk was suddenly broken in the middle. Yes, continue to practice, and strive to the point where the armed color can cover the whole body. Rayleigh next to him applauded Luffy with a smile on his face. Hey, Conqueror's Hockey is awesome. Rayleigh, when can I learn Conqueror's Hockey? You are too impatient. Rayleigh was also speechless by Luffy. The foundation is very important. If you don't lay a good foundation, your future road will be very difficult. Also, don't rely too much on hockey. Your physical strength is also very important, and your fruit development cannot fall either. It is best to achieve a strong combat effectiveness without using the second and third gears, which can also reduce the wear and tear on the body. Luffy suddenly became distressed, but agreed temporarily. At this point, Hancock had brought people here. Luffy, I've brought you food. Luffy suddenly looked surprised. Hancock, you're here. However, his attention was obviously not on the Empress in front of him, and the drooling drool showed that his expectations for food were higher than the Empress. Ah, he called my name again. Hancock ducked behind the stone. Luffy couldn't care less. He had already opened the package and started to eat. While eating, he checked the newspaper. Blah. Suddenly, the meat in his mouth fell to the ground. 99. 35. At this moment, both Rayleigh and Hancock had solemn expressions on their faces. The meat in Luffy's mouth fell off. Could it be that something major happened? Is the world going to end? Where? Chapter 179 Climbing Up Mariajoy with Your Bare Hands. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that the barbecue in Luffy's mouth actually fell. Rayleigh and Hancock were both shocked. You know, with what they knew about Luffy, he couldn't let the meat in his mouth run away. Don't say it's meat to the mouth. Even with the meat he got, he couldn't let it go. Now that this situation occurs, both of them are a little shocked and hopeless. Could it be that the sun came out from the west? Or is something big about to happen in the world? Luffy stopped chewing the meat in his mouth. He stared at the pictures in the newspaper. The familiar hat, that dress, and the discarded water pipe behind it. Drink this glass of wine and we are brothers. 35. Ace. Sabo, wait for me. 55. Ace. I must become stronger, stronger, stronger. Tick. A tear fell on the newspaper. Hancock's heart was broken when he saw this scene from a distance. Rayleigh looked at Luffy in surprise. Luffy's eyes filled with tears. 120. Finally burst out. Ah, Sabo, you're still alive. The tears formed two waterfalls that wet the surrounding land. While crying, he picked up the meat on the ground and ate it. Then eat and cry. Call. At this moment, Rayleigh and Hancock were relieved. Fortunately, Luffy has not changed. He is still the Luffy who can eat while sleeping. However, what surprised them was that what kind of news could make Luffy so gaff, it was beyond their cognition. Something amazing must have happened. East Blue, Goa Kingdom. Today, here comes a boat. Advertisement. On the surface, the ship looked like an ordinary merchant ship. Ace and Sabo in capes got off the boat in a hurry and came to the windmill village. Speaking of which, the Goa Kingdom is also a huge country with a land area comparable to that of Alabasta. 800 years ago, in the country where the ancestors of the 20 celestial dragons lived, in addition to Alabasta, one of them came from the Goya Kingdom, but the current Goya royal family is no longer the descendant of the original celestial dragons. Finally back, I can't remember how many years it is. Ace and Sabo are standing on the land of the windmill village with complex expressions. The windmill village is located on the island where the Goa kingdom is located, just in a forgotten corner. But it is precisely because of this that a peaceful life can be lived here. Today, the appearance of Ace and Sabo has brought some waves to the peaceful life. The two came to Makino's tavern. Madam, here are 2 fried rice and 2 glasses of beer. Makino saw 2 people wearing cloaks coming, just looked at them curiously. But the faces of the 2 were hidden under the shadow of the cloak, so it was impossible to see the appearance of the 2 at all. She quickly brought wine and fried rice. Gada gada gada. Ace and Sabo started eating immediately. The food intake of the 2 was amazing, and they ate a portion in a short while. Makino can only continue to prepare food. Soon, she was already sweating profusely. These 2 guests are really appetizing, as she thought in her heart. Just then, a gust of wind blew off the kabuto hats of the 2 cloaks. Swipe. The plate in Makino's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Oops. 35. Ace and Sabo thought of sneaking a glance at Makino and leaving. As a result, the identity is now accidentally revealed. Ace and Sabo. Makino smiled, surprise on his face. Fortunately, no one else saw it at this time. The 2 quickly put on their hats. Advertisement. Putting her index finger on her lips. Shish, don't tell me we're here, it'll bring trouble to the village. 35. Makino is speechless. These 2 guys, really, come back when they come back, and they are still sneaking. And it's really like that. It was as if the 2 of them were big people. Although they were indeed big people now, in Makino's eyes, the 2 were still the same as when they were children, and they were still full of childishness. Ah, time flies so fast, both of you have grown into men. Makino said with emotion. Ace and Sabo both devoured their meals, and it took a long time for them to be full. After paying the money, the 2 of them were about to leave. Apart from coming to see Makino and the village chief, then Dayton and the bandits. They can't stay here too long, with the sensitivity of their identity, once they are found in the windmill village. It is very likely that a large number of dangerous people will appear here. With disastrous consequences here. Goodbye Makino. That guy Luffy is estimated to have sailed for a week to return, and by then he will probably become the pirate king. After that, the 2 continued to visit the village chief. Then we went to the bandit house on the mountain. On the other side, after leaving the nameless kingdom, Su Yi said goodbye to Ace and Sabo. He told the 2 that he was likely to appear in the newspapers in the future. And its shock level may be far more than the news of the unknown kingdom. Both are looking forward to seeing. Then, Su Yi came to the vicinity of the Sabayati Bottom Islands, below the red line. He wants to climb up with his bare hands. This is one of his life goals. After all, in the original world, facing the world's highest peak, there are many people who want to conquer. Although there is a direct access to the top. But Su Yi obviously didn't want to go up so easily. He remembered a sentence he had read in a novel. Someone asked, "Why do you want to climb the mountain?" Advertisement. Answer. Because the mountain is there. The mountain is there. Su Yi's eyes light up. He moved his body, and then entered the human beast form. 10 fingers grow sharp nails. The soil of red line is much harder than ordinary rocks. But Su Yi's fingernails can still be easily inserted, so as to climb up. I just don't know how Tiger escaped the observation hockey of the powerful people in the Celestial Dragon's territory. It is estimated that his vitality is too weak, so he can't attract the attention of the strong people. 99. But I'm different. With the strength of my vitality, it is estimated that as soon as I get close to Mariajoy, I will be found. Su Yi climbed up little by little. At this moment, people all over the world would never have thought that what Tiger once did, is now being done again, and there is an even crazier plan in their minds. Really, it's a lot harder than I thought. After a period of climbing, Su Yi finally realized the difficulty of this matter. Lifting his arm for a long time and maintaining a position, his arm started to feel sore and numb. The blood flowed to the legs, and the arms gradually lost 4.9 strength. Moreover, the base of his nails has begun to ache. It seemed that even the strongest body could not stand such constant consumption. The most important thing is that at this time Suyi is already at a very high altitude. Looking down, the earth is small. Looking up, the clouds are high above the sky. He suddenly realized that if the top of the red line was on the clouds, then his move is tantamount to the difficulty of climbing Sky Island with bare hands. Hee, it's really full of challenges, but Zone Fruit Awakening just needs to challenge the limit. Su Yi seems to have regarded climbing the red line as part of his own practice. 3 days later, a piece of news shook the world. The Holy Land Mariajoy has been invaded by pirates. At this time, the initiator, Su Yi, fell from the sky covered in blood. That's right, falling from the height of the clouds toward the sea. Chapter 180 Looting the Celestial Dragon's Warehouse, 3 Fruits. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Back in time 2 days ago. After a day and night of sleepless climbing, Su Yi finally climbed to the top of the red line. Here, there is a barren land, and only what seems to be a building in the distance can be seen. But at this time, he didn't have the extra strength to see what it was, and just climbed up. He lay on the ground and began to sleep soundly. Of course, even though he was sleeping at this time, if any living body approached him, he would immediately sense the approach of danger and wake him up. And this time, he slept directly into the middle of the night. When he woke up, he just felt hungry in his stomach, and then the sound of eating aroused his appetite. Who cooks around here? He sat up abruptly, but immediately noticed that he was only on the edge of the red line, and was still a long way from the city. As for the sound of eating just now, it was only from that distant city. Holy Land, Mariajoy. Su Yi wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth and glanced at his hands. The wounds on his hands from climbing for a long time had completely healed, and he couldn't tell that he had been injured at all. This terrifying healing ability sometimes makes Su Yi a little speechless. But he didn't think too much, but walked towards Mariajoy step by step. When he got here, he didn't dare to use his abilities at will. Instead, he activated Hide to hide Fortine's own aura. Even if he used observation hockey, he couldn't detect his appearance. Even the sight of the 5 elders and IM, from so far away, should not have been able to detect him as a person who suddenly appeared. With this guarantee, Su Yi dared to swagger close to Mariajoy. Mariajoy is a city where the city is connected. Its size is equivalent to Alabasta. In the central area, there is the ancient city of Pangu where the 5 elders lived. The core area is the territory where Yimu is located. But on the periphery, it is still the area where celestial dragons live. Soon, Su Yi came to the outskirts of Mariajoy. There is a high wall here, and there are guards at intervals around the periphery of the wall. Su Yi did not alarm them, but activated the door fruit ability and directly entered the world inside the wall. As soon as he entered, he immediately noticed the silence here. The lights were lit up in the exquisite buildings, and it was obvious that celestial dragons did not have the habit of coming out at night. Still, some celestial dragons can be seen walking on the slaves. Su Yi hides behind a big tree, silently, and brings the hidden to the ultimate level. Even if ordinary people look at it with the naked eye, it is difficult to detect that there is a living person here. Advertisement. After the walking celestial dragons are gone, he only came out of hiding place Shishiren. Then, the first exquisite building was found. Judging from what he saw and heard, there were no less than 100 people in this family. However, there are only 3 people who are really celestial dragons. Standing in the garden, Su Yi saw the scene inside the house through the window, and at the same time heard the conversation of the people inside. Really, the world is getting less and less peaceful now. The GM army with dangerous thoughts hasn't been eliminated by Marine, what a bunch of waste. Also, the 2 celestial dragons that disappeared some time ago, they haven't been eliminated yet. Find, how dare we go to the world below .55. Hey, hold the newspaper steady for me, don't dangle it. Through the window, Su Yi saw celestial dragons lying lazily on the bed, surrounded by slaves serving him, 2 women rubbing his shoulders, 1 woman holding a newspaper for him to read. The woman's steady hands showed that it was not the first time that this kind of work had been done. And celestial dragons even turned the pages of the newspaper directly with their own eyes. It can be said that the word, lazy, has been brought to the ultimate. Besides, In another room, a young-looking male celestial dragon is eating. Fortunately, he eats it himself and doesn't need to be fed. But every time he took a few bites, someone would wipe his mouth. When they came across a meal they didn't like, they would overturn the plate and let the slaves clean up. A slave was slow to clean up, and was immediately reprimanded by him. At the same time, let a burly slave whip him. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'll clean up soon, please don't hit me, I'm sorry. The person who was beaten continued to clean up while apologizing. Click. There was a sound of knuckles rubbing from his fists. But then he held back the killing intent in his heart. Now is not the time, if there is a massacre here. Soon the 5 elders will appear. If you kill celestial dragons, it is estimated that the 5 elders will directly pursue him. However, just because Su Yi doesn't kill doesn't mean he will let these guys go. Seeing and hearing turned on, he began to investigate the situation in this manner. There are neatly built plants here, and the underground soil is not red soil but ordinary soil transported from the ground. So there is only a layer of soil on the surface. After seeing through this, a doubt in Su Yi's heart was solved. Advertisement. Immediately, he found what he was looking for. Storehouse. Start the door fruit. Enter the warehouse, the shelves here are dazzling. In addition to rare treasures, there is devil fruit. However, this family only has 3 devil fruits, and according to the introduction, they are all from Zone. Zone. Pig fruit, wild boar form. Zone. Pig fruit, white pig form. Zone katakana middle dot pig fruit katakana middle dot Madara dotted pig form. Does this family have trouble getting along with pigs? Su Yi complained in his heart. Put the 3 fruits into the sack. Then, swept away these rare treasures in the warehouse. His 3 billion Baileys have been spent. I can just add it now. Below these treasures are their identification certificates. The cheapest ones are hundreds of years old and worth tens of millions of Baileys. It's really rich. Su Yi was speechless, and then put all the treasures into the space of the door fruit. As for the rest of the piles of diamonds, gold coins, etc., he didn't even look at them. Now these treasures in the eyes of worldly people are just garbage to Su Yi. Then, he found several treasure maps. It records the location where a huge treasure may be buried. Of course, Su Yi was also swept away together. Zone. Pig fruit, boar form. The next moment, Su Yi activated the thief's extreme intention, and the opponent's ability was stolen by him in an instant. Speaking of disgust for humans, disgust for murlocs. Drowning while swimming or self-destructing by eating a new devil fruit. Su Yi took out a pig fruit, cut a slit with a knife, and dripped a drop of juice into the mouth of this man 120. It can only be said that these 3 slaves have also ridden celestial dragons. Advertisement. That way, when they wake up, they'll understand what happened. Free the hypnosis gas and put all the slaves and celestial dragons to sleep. The opponent's body began to change. The other's body gradually returned to normal. But in her room, there is a strong human man, a strong shark fish, and a fur slave. Su Yi continued to wander around the warehouse, but found nothing of value. Came to the house of celestial dragons. He feeds the female celestial dragons, the last Madara point pig fruit. Then opened the door and the fruit. The originally fat body became fatter and bigger, with a mane growing on his body, fangs growing in his mouth, a tail growing out of the back of his butt, an elongated nose, and a flat front. Su Yi resisted the urge to vomit. Su Yi grabbed the opponent's neck, and the opponent immediately began to struggle desperately. At the moment of dying, out of the instinct of survival. And the 3 celestial dragons also became landlubbers. The absolute pinnacle of life. It's so shabby, there's nothing else. 35. He sighed in disappointment. Female celestial dragons is more fun to play. He put 3 devil fruits in his mouth respectively. Came to another female celestial dragon's room. Then you can go on an adventure with your friends. Go to celestial dragons lying on the bed. At this time, celestial dragons has fainted again. In order to prevent them from not knowing that they have eaten devil fruit. Immediately, he slapped the man awake. In this way, he has 3 more abilities in his hands. Su Yi came to the other 2 rooms. One was the male celestial dragons, who fed him the white pig fruit, then stole it. Give me the power of fruit. Chapter 181 Burning Mariajoy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ended the first one. Su Yi entered the second house without stopping. The family is next to the first family. It seems to be relatives of the first family, because the two families look a bit similar. But judging by the way celestial dragons reproduce, they may already be quite different from the first generation. The men of celestial dragons have many wives, all slaves. This also means that they must not marry close relatives, nor can marriage between celestial dragons and celestial dragons. After all, no male celestial dragons is willing to endure having only one wife, and the other is celestial dragons as proud as him. And no female celestial dragons wants to have a bad husband. And female celestial dragons should not have children. Because he won't marry celestial dragons, the only children born are likely to be children of slaves. This is impossible for celestial dragons to accept. And after Su Yi's observation, it turned out to be the case. This second family does not have devil fruit, but only a large amount of gold and silver treasures. There are many famous paintings in it, all of them are the handwriting of famous painters, but now they have become a decoration in the warehouse of celestial dragons. If Su Yi hadn't been here today, it's likely that no one would have seen him. Hey, this is. Su Yi suddenly found something. He actually saw a knife. The following description says that this is a big quick knife. Not bad. Zoro should like it very much. Su Yi unceremoniously took this famous knife into his pocket. It's a worthwhile trip. Since he didn't find devil fruit, Su Yi didn't take any action against the celestial dragons in the family's house. Next is the third, fourth, and fifth. Su Yi finally saw devil fruit's shadow again. He found a Logia devil fruit, union fruit in a family's home. Advertisement. After use, the body can be transformed into a cloud shape. There is no doubt that this capability can be developed in many ways. First of all, you can fly in normal form, and this alone is already very penultimate. Secondly, it can be transformed into thunderclouds, rain clouds, and even the special island clouds on Sky Island. Su Yi is really reluctant to let celestial dragons eat this fruit. But since he can steal the power and give it to others, then it's okay to let celestial dragons eat. Moreover, if you eat devil fruit directly, it has a fatal disadvantage. It will become a landlubber, and it will be afraid of sea stone. Later, Su Yi discovered zone, bird fruit, ancient species and Moa form. This is another good fruit ability. Like the ancient species of dragon fruit, they are all ancient extinct creatures. Su Yi even felt a pity. There are so many interesting fruits, each one can be developed for a long time if developed in depth. Now that so many fruits have entered his hands together, it makes him feel like he has lost everything. Then, Su Yi found another Paramecia devil fruit. Next, Su Yi became more and more skilled, and found a lot of zone devil fruit, a small amount of Paramecia devil fruit, and a few Logia devil fruit. And the owners of these fruits, without exception, have all become victims of Su Yi's abilities. They were force-fed the devil fruit and then had their abilities stolen. Become a landlubber who can no longer eat devil fruit. And the number of devil fruit abilities in Su Yi's hands finally broke through the 50 mark. Not to mention what happened after Su Yi's ability breakthrough. Su Yi spent the night in Mariajoy. Loot the celestial dragon's warehouse. In the space of the door fruit, the treasure can hardly be loaded. And he wasn't satisfied. The last 3 are left. After Su Yi finished stealing devil fruit, he created a riot and released the slaves. But just when he came to the third from the bottom, an accident happened. Advertisement. When he entered the warehouse of this family, he was surprised to find that it was full of rare treasures. What is certain is that this family is definitely the richest in celestial dragons, but not even a devil fruit makes Su Yi feel a little strange. But he doesn't care. He took out the remaining devil fruit that no one could eat, and planned to give this family a surprise later. There is no other way. I can only blame them for being unlucky. There was an extra zone fruit in the last warehouse. And he was too lazy to go back and feed the people before him. After looting the warehouse, Su Yi opened a door and came to the family's bedroom. Just then, he saw a man who was clearly different from the other celestial dragons. He was not wearing the usual celestial dragon's clothes, but a robe for exercise, which looked loose and easy to move. There was a knife by his side. At this time, this person was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and Suyi had just appeared. Although he used concealment to cover up his aura, the slight sound of his footsteps landing on the ground directly revealed his existence. Who? In an instant, the other party opened his eyes and drew out his famous sword. Immediately, I saw Suyi, who appeared in the room inexplicably. Who are you? From which family? No, you are a slave, a runaway slave. 35. The other party glanced at Suyi's attire, not wearing celestial dragon's clothes. And he obviously knew that among the Mariajoy who did not wear celestial dragon's clothes, there were not many at all. He was just an outlier among them, and even he would wear celestial dragon's clothes when he traveled on weekdays. When I saw Suyi's outfit, I immediately thought of a possibility, that Suyi was actually a slave, but just escaped and appeared in his room for unknown reasons. Could it be that he came to assassinate himself? Just when this celestial dragons had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Suyi's heart also set off a storm. There is such a wonderful celestial dragons, give up glory and wealth and do not enjoy, but practice here. Suyi's heart moved, and he activated the ability of the sword and wolf fruit to transform into a human and beast form. A few teeth flew out. The slaves escaped to the sea more easily than they thought. Soon after, a fire spread to Mariajoy Gen. This is not an ordinary famous knife, it should be at least the level of a big fast knife. Some slaves who have been domesticated do not know how to escape. Compared with blocking the escaped slaves, putting out the fire and rescuing the celestial dragons inside is obviously the most important thing, and the rescued celestial dragons, the first concern is whether their warehouses will be burnt down, the treasures and famous paintings inside. Will it be destroyed? Advertisement. Then suddenly a violent kill, the fist blade covered armament hockey, and a sudden punch hit the opponent's face. Pong. The fist blade collided with the opponent's famous sword, and suddenly felt a sharp edge. Seeing Suyi's attitude of wanting to fight, the other party immediately raised his long sword and slashed at Suyi without a word. The opponent was stunned to defend, but the famous sword in his hand was shocked and flew out. Obviously, he didn't expect Suyi to be able to catch his own slash. The other party immediately lost consciousness and fell to the ground. No one cared about slaves at all. Suyi punched the opponent in the face. Soon, the spreading fire alarmed CP0 and the guards who were responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. The other party obviously has a very good reaction speed. The moment he just drew the knife, he even felt a sharp edge. He withdrew the fist blade, and the fist covered with the armed color, get it, suddenly smashed the opponent's bones. So, almost instinctively, they ran outside. I must make you my slave. When the other party saw this, there was also a look of surprise on his face. Suyi sneered, "You want to die." 35. Suyi blocked it with a fist blade. You're still a long way off. After the surprise, it is a strong interest. Don't entangle with each other, don't make too much noise, you must leave immediately. Rub. This knife is good, it's mine. 35. Suyi picked up the knife on the ground and put it in the space of the door fruit. Then, without saying a word, directly activate the door fruit ability. The slaves found that their chains did not know when they were opened. He just stood there blankly, watching the other slaves escape. 66. This is a knife that can even cut through steel, and you can actually block it. 39. Chapter 182 The Man Who Fell from the Sky, Sabayati Earthquake. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Suyi's plan was accomplished much more smoothly than he imagined. The devil fruit he had originally had his eye on was the devil fruit in the hands of celestial dragons, and now most of the devil fruit have been obtained. Get rid of those who are likely to be secretly hidden in other places, as well as those that he did not take care of, the remaining devil fruit. Anyway, he scavenged them all. In addition, he also looted a lot of treasures. These treasures are not ordinary things, but legendary levels. Even people who don't know the goods can see the extraordinariness of these treasures. It can be said that Suyi is really developed this time, the only problem is that I don't know who can eat so much treasure. However, he could also bury these in one place, draw a treasure map, and say, "Want my treasure? Go get it. I put everything there." Then, there will be another legend on the sea. The legendary pirate Su Yi stole the treasure of celestial dragons and hid it somewhere on the sea, waiting for future generations to discover. Of course, it's just thinking about it. If Nami finds out, it will definitely be another beating. Besides devil fruit and treasure, Su Yi also got two famous knives. Both are great knives. Zoro should have no shortage of knives, so when they get together again, he can give Frankie two famous knives to try to synthesize them. Maybe there is a chance to synthesize a super fast knife. And if the two supreme knives are combined, what the finished product will look like is really worth looking forward to. 120. Leaving Mariajoy, Su Yi came to the edge of the red line. He was covered in blood at the moment, not a drop of which was his own. Facing the rising sun, he jumped up and jumped to the sea of clouds ahead. Fall from the sky. Holy land Mariajoy. The five elders looked at the burned city. Gloomy face. Although certain technologies have appeared in this world, and the Holy Land has the conditions to apply these technologies to life. However, celestial dragons doesn't seem to like tech. They seem to have always lived in a slave society, using slaves in every aspect of their lives. Even those who travel are very inefficient slaves. This fully shows their superiority, and each of them has a lot of time to squander. Yet because of this, Mariajoy is also in a rather primitive state. Everything here is run by slaves, but when the slaves disappeared, everything here basically returned to the Stone Age. Advertisement. Relying on the guards and the CPO to put out the fire is basically wishful thinking, and the slaves who were supposed to be the main force of the fire were directly ignored. Therefore, the fire burned for a long time and burned thoroughly. Between the ancient city of Pan, where the five elders lived, and Mariajoy, there is a large area of land. When they got Mariajoy out beach and came over, it was a foregone conclusion. Only to watch the celestial dragon's 800-year-old home burn down. The only good news is that due to the timely rescue, none of the celestial dragons were burned to death, just a few were burned and disfigured. But soon, another thing surfaced. Who actually did this? The hero Tiger should have died. Could it be that someone imitated Tiger to commit a crime? Or is it the work of a slave who hides his power? And after CPI's investigation, the truth of the matter is gradually revealed. It is said that many people woke up with a devil fruit in their mouths. After their identification, the devil fruit they ate should have been collected by their family, but somehow it appeared in his mouth. Inside. Now, many celestial dragons have become capable users, but the strange thing is that their abilities are not used at all, and they show symptoms of weakness after touching Seastone, which shows that they have become those who can. The CPO's investigation report is shocking. Not only the devil fruit, the treasures in the celestial dragon's warehouse and other collectibles have also disappeared, and the most valuable part has disappeared. Devil fruit. Treasure. There is a problem. Is this stolen by someone, or is it done by a thief? Said one of the five elders. Looking to be outsiders, most of the people who were forced to eat devil fruit claimed that they saw someone who didn't look like celestial dragons choking their necks before they passed out. Choke your neck. One of the five elders wondered. He didn't kill them. Probably fear of the consequences of killing celestial dragons, Agent CP0 said. Suga. This person is quite rational. Can you draw his appearance? Soon, a portrait appeared in front of the five people. This portrait made the five people feel a little familiar. I can't say that I am familiar, I can only say that it is exactly the same as a pirate they just discussed not long ago. Demon Hunter, Su Yi. 35. Why is he here? It has something to do with devil fruit. Does he have some hidden secrets? Advertisement. But since he already got the devil fruit, why didn't he take it away, but let others eat it? Anyway, chase him immediately, he probably hasn't gone very far. Contact Aokiji, send Admiral. Time goes back to the present. Hoo. The wind whistled in his ears. Su Yi's blood boils. He had passed through the clouds, the vast sea below, and a little black spot. What is that? Su Yi wondered. He didn't remember what boats or islands were underneath when he climbed up. Wait, it doesn't seem like the place I jumped is where I climbed. Su Yi suddenly realized a problem. Immediately afterwards, Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Below the Holy Land Mariajoy is the Marine headquarters. Shouldn't he just drop himself directly to the Marine headquarters? That's it, I've just thrown myself into the net. Marine 3 Admiral, Marshal Marine, Garp Sengoku, and a group of Vice Admiral from the headquarters. He can only teleport away with Thunder Fruit. And he had to guard against Kizaru, who was as fast as him. However, Suyi soon realized that he was thinking too much. Sabayati Archipelago. The flood of pirates, bounty hunters, etc. have also started their activities. And on an island in the middle of the Sabayati Archipelago, Suyi began to wonder if she could actually withstand the slam on the ground. Someone made a terrible guess. There should be no Sky Island. After all, there are not many clouds in the sky now. Is it possible? I just said, is it possible? It fell from the red line. Like a volcano about to erupt. What exactly fell from the sky? Advertisement. Masaka. The submarine volcano here is about to erupt. At this time, in the big pit, a large number of bubbles suddenly appeared in the sea water. Below is the sea water except for the roots. But compared to this, people's curiosity still trumps wet anger. Woo-hoo-hoo. More and more bubbles appeared, and people stood nervously away. Gollum. Gollum Gollum. People were drenched in soup. But what I saw was a figure falling from the sky. Since Sabayati Archipelago is a city on mangroves. With a loud bang, the entire Sabayati Archipelago experienced an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10. Everyone felt it and ran to the streets one after another, wondering what happened. Can it cause such a big commotion? Below is not the Marine headquarters, but from the distribution of the archipelago, it is clearly the Sabayati Archipelago. People were shocked to find that there was a big hole on the ground. Without warning, at a certain moment, immediately afterwards, a red light lit up from the water. What a joke, man. How high did he fall? You don't say there are islands in the sky, do you? The wind howled. At this time, the sea covered the sky and the sun, pouring down like a waterfall, pouring down like a torrential rain. People in the morning are busy with their work. Slam la. As if something fell from the sky. So at this time, in addition to the big pit, there are thousands of hectares of seawater splashing. Others said they saw 10 people who fell. Chapter 183 shocked the world, the birth of the second hero. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I think you're just thinking about shit. Falling off the red line. Why didn't you say fell off the moon? The celestial dragons live on the red line. How could they possibly commit suicide by jumping on the red line? Just when people were talking. In the big pit, the boiling degree of seawater began to slowly disappear. Immediately afterwards, it was completely dead. Could it be some kind of baby? Would you like to take a look? Just when someone was going to use a fishing net to catch the water. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the water and grabbed the edge of the big pit. This hand was red, as if it had just been fished out of a hot oil pan, with steam still steaming from it, and it made a zzzz sound, which was very weird. The point is that such a palm that should have been cooked by the scalding sea water turned out to be alive, which is simply unbelievable. Slam la. The crowd retreated a long distance. Everyone tried their best to widen their eyes, watching the scene in front of them in disbelief. No, is this person still alive? Then what happened to the boiling water just now? It's terrifying. There are people in this world who fall from such a high sky and still survive. Pat. Another hand also appeared at this time. The crowd became more and more nervous and uneasy. From the current indications, the owner of these hands is still alive. Could it be that someone said just now that they saw a figure falling from the sky, and it really happened? A man fell from a very high sky. The point is, if you fall on the ground, can you still get up? Advertisement. Is this special human? Could it be a monster? Hulala. I saw those two hands exerting force, and then, a figure suddenly jumped out of the water. The one who appeared in front of everyone was a Wetsuyi. His skin was rosy and scorching hot, and the seawater on his body quickly evaporated. Without looking around at all, I moved my palm. Bang. The knuckles made a crisp sound, but it was not the one that was broken, but full of new energy. It hurts me. Suyi bared his teeth and grinned, obviously not injured at all, but he seemed to be seriously injured. Jumping from the red line, whether it falls on the ground or the sea, the degree is the same. But Su Yi activated the Nirvana fruit ability at the last moment. It turned into a phoenix, and while enhancing the strength of the body, it also covered the whole body with armed color. But Rao is like this, his internal organs were almost blown out of blood, and death is only a matter of time. But the heaven-defying ability of the Nirvana fruit was manifested at this time. Su Yi directly activated the Nirvana ability and melted himself into an egg. In the end, he regained a new life, not only fully recovered from the injury, but also completely recovered physically. However, this is the case, the unforgettable pain seems to still remain. He suddenly moved his body greatly and made a jumping motion in place. Immediately he found that after such a fall and then recovering with the Nirvana fruit, his physical strength has increased significantly. It looks like this exercise method can get better in the future. Moreover, it is also very good for the exercise of willpower. Now he can be 100% sure that his ability to tolerate pain has definitely improved several times. But when Su Yi was familiar with the changes in his body, the onlookers were not calm. Did a man really fall from the sky? But why does it seem like the other party is nothing? Advertisement. Could it be said that the word, Tianlong, in the name of celestial dragons has a deeper meaning? In fact, celestial dragons was transformed from Tianlong. People were whispering and talking, but no one dared to come forward and talk to Su Yi. Finally, an onlooker suddenly boldly stepped forward and asked Su Yi, "That, little brother, where did you come from?" The others looked at Su Yi curiously, wondering how he would answer. "Heaven," Su Yi pointed to the top of his head. "Heaven." A group of people were suddenly stunned. Did it really fall from the sky? Where exactly did it fall? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously. Seeing that Su Yi doesn't seem to have any ill will towards them, they are no longer as afraid of Su Yi as they were at the beginning. By the way, I have to run away, or Admiral should come. Su Yi thought of the key and couldn't talk to these people here. If news of him falling here reaches the celestial dragons later, he'll be in trouble. He jumped up, as light as a swallow, and easily jumped to the roof of the nearest house. For flowers. Then, he jumped to another bubble, and then used his strength to jump to another higher bubble. It kept jumping like this, and finally disappeared into people's sight. A long time. People came back to their senses. It really fell from the sky. 99. Hee, you really believed his nonsense. Why not? Let me see. To smash such a big hole in the ground, his height should be. Could it be that something happened to the Holy Land Mariajoy? This man doesn't look like celestial dragons, is he an escaped slave? Speaking of which, the celestial dragons don't seem to come to us very often recently. Advertisement. I'm afraid, it seems that the two celestial dragons that disappeared some time ago have not been found yet. I suddenly felt that celestial dragons was not too different from us, except that it was covered by Marine Admiral. Shish, be quiet, this is not something we can discuss. At this moment, the seagull delivering the news flew over the heads of everyone. Newspapers were thrown down. People pick it up subconsciously. The first page is not a normal report, but an expedited report. The above only describes the general content, no detailed report. However, the large characters of the title will still be written clearly at this time. The Holy Land Mariajoy was destroyed, and he was the real culprit. Attached a photo of Mariajoy being burned. The other is Su Yi's wanted notice. Wait, isn't that the guy just now? It's really him, he looks exactly like the one on the wanted list. It can't be said that it is exactly the same, only that it is the same person at all. Burn the Holy Mariajoy. Stole amazing treasures, set free slaves. Isn't this very similar to Tiger in the original report? 35. Freeing slaves, stealing treasure, etc. From the sky, Masaka, did he really jump off the red line? People put down the newspapers in their hands and looked at the big hole on the ground. They all got closer and looked at the water inside. Is this true? Why do I feel like I'm in a dream? It should be true. There is nothing wrong. He even dares to burn the Holy Land, what else dares to do? 35. People looked at each other. Immediately, the crowd boiled. Nani? Van. Chapter 184 spread all over the world, all parties react. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Since detailed reports have not emerged, one can only speculate. However, row is now enough to shock the world with this simple information. Someone killed Mariajoy, burned holy places, and set free slaves. This is exactly the same as what Tiger, the Murloc hero, did. And, crucially, this man, like Tiger, also ran away, and the news didn't say that he was arrested. East Blue, Goa Kingdom. Ace and Sabo, who were in the house of the bandit Dayton, immediately became uneasy when they saw the news of Su Yi. When Su Yi parted with them, he said that he would have a big move. They also thought that Su Yi might go to New World or something. Challenge the four emperors. After all, after the original Ace went to New World, he went directly to the red-haired Shanks. Then he directly challenged Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. However, the two of them never imagined that Su Yi would go directly to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Stunned for a long time, Sabo suddenly patted his thigh and laughed. 1, 2, 3. Luffy's partner is really interesting. We were already preparing to fight celestial dragons, but I didn't expect him to move faster than us. Ace is also a person who likes Hulai, and a smile appeared on his face at this moment. What a strong man, we can rest assured with him by Luffy's side, right? On the other side, Dayton and the bandits, who were making barbecue, watched the news, but their eyes were attracted by a keyword. Treasure. The treasure of celestial dragons, there should be a lot, right? At this moment, in the minds of Dayton and the bandits, a mountain of treasures appeared, and Luffy was standing on it, laughing. A group of people didn't know why they got the same laugh, and they all covered their mouths and snickered. As the second in command of the GM army, Sabo has a considerable understanding of the world situation, and at this time began to teach everyone a lesson. Speaking of which, the treasure of celestial dragons is not a small amount. Do you know the gold in the sky? Dan suddenly realized that he slapped his fist and said, is that the heavenly gold that Goa Kingdom and Windmill Village have to hand over every once in a while? Advertisement. Sabo said. Yes, that is the one. As long as it is a member of the world government, it must hand in the heavenly gold, so that it can get the protection of the world government. Moreover, if you don't pay the heavenly gold, you will be punished by celestial dragons, because all the resources of celestial dragons come from these heavenly gold. So, celestial dragons are actually raised by people all over the world, and their treasure is arguably the largest treasure in the world. If that's the case, then this is quite a lot of money. Ace is also a little concerned. After all, even his father Whitebeard has to take a share every time he seizes a large amount of treasure. Moreover, for the four emperors, treasure is more important. Because with the exception of the red hair pirates taking the elite route, the rest of the four emperors' pirates are big fleets. There are tens of thousands of people and dozens of pirate ships. On weekdays, so many people eat and drink, maintain the ship, and buy a new ship after the war is a lot of expenses. Windmill Village, inside the Makino Tavern. The village chief watched the news while eating fried rice. Really, now the world is becoming more and more uneasy, and there are people who dare to challenge the holy land of celestial dragons. Makino glanced at the wanted notice on the news and covered his mouth in surprise. It's the person on the Luffy boat. He looks young and handsome. He shouldn't be a bad guy, right? Will he have any troubles? 5. The village chief took a sip of the wine glass. Garp doesn't care about this guy, and the dragon. This family doesn't make people worry. I think it's Luffy's idea. Makino flipped through the newspaper and looked back. The village chief, Su Yi, released the slaves. He seems to be a good person. The village chief sighed. Fighting against the celestial dragons is nothing good. I hope they have good luck. North Blue. In a snowy town. Hey, big news, big news. The Holy Land Mariajoy was destroyed, and the murderer turned out to be a pirate. People stopped their hurried footsteps one after another and looked at the man who was shouting with a newspaper in his hand in astonishment. Mariajoy is ruined. Just kidding. Could it be done by the GM army? Haven't they been spreading dangerous ideas? 5. It doesn't seem like it. It was made by a pirate. Guess who I think of? Tiger, the Murloc guy who attacked Mariajoy and released the slaves there, and now someone has done it. What purpose does this man named Su Yi have? West Blue. Advertisement. An elderly herdsman was eating rice balls and preparing to go out when he suddenly saw the contents of the newspaper. Cough, cough. He choked on the rice ball. Immediately, he looked at the contents of the newspaper in astonishment. No way. Such a thing would happen. South Blue. Somewhere in a very poor country. Good news. Good news. Mariajoy got burned and we don't have to pay the heavenly gold. That's great. Suffering from the suffering of pirates and paying the heavenly gold at the same time, this country is on the verge of collapse. But when they heard the happy event, everyone's face was full of smiles. Although I don't understand why this pirate would do this. But there is no doubt that a pirate, a country far away, has formed some kind of inexplicable connection between the two. This is our great benefactor. Keep his wanted list and hang it at home. 95. It's great. I finally don't have to go hungry anymore. Marine headquarters. Ah. This. Somewhere in the courtyard. Don't you call this a big deal? 4.9 inches. Huh. What can happen? Marine soldier said calmly. Ah. It's not a big deal, it's not important. Fujitora chuckled lightly and took a sip of tea. Really, I'm blind. Life is already very difficult. You still let me be a marshal. I'm afraid I can't even see the documents. Besides, the two of us are retired old men, regardless of these things, and isn't Marine Admiral in charge of the Celestial Dragons thing? 5. Ah. Mariajoy was destroyed. The warehouse of Celestial Dragons was ransacked by pirates, even the slaves were all gone, and now the 5 elders are furious and ready to send Admiral to hunt down the murderer. 1997. After a pause, Fujitora's face suddenly became serious. Speaking of which, I have heard about this pirate named Suyi before. What kind of person is he? Advertisement. Aokiji sighed, exhaling some chills from his mouth. It's hard to say. I'm too lazy to say. Ah, I won. Garp and Sengoku, who are eating senbei in the game, are interrupted by a marine soldier who rashly enters. 1998. At this moment, behind the two of them, there were piles of senbei packaging bags, and the table was full of senbei. In another courtyard. I didn't tell you. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? The young marine was stunned by the two old men's valor with the mountain falling in front of them without changing their faces. It's nothing more than Celestial Dragons doing something wrong again. Sengoku glanced at him. Young people, don't be sullen. Say, what happened? 35. Marine soldier put down the teacup in his hand, and then said indifferently. Aokiji had a serious look on his face. To be honest, if it wasn't for what happened to Sakazuki, and if Kizaru was such a half-hearted person, I wouldn't want to be the marshal. Why don't you take my position? Sengoku. No. It's not good. Something happened to the Holy Land Mariajoy. The two of them were still stuffing their mouths into their mouths. Hey, what happened? Ah, it feels so good to retire. The salary is still paid, and you can travel everywhere. 35. But the wrinkles on his face disappeared, and the whole person became more energetic. At this moment, Garp took time out and asked a question casually. For some reason Sengoku's black hair turned completely white when he stepped down from his post as marshal. Garp. He also sat down and took a sip of tea calmly. Hey, I said, it's a mess out there now. Is it really good for us to fish here? And your marshal marine. Fujitora dropped a chess piece on the board. Fujitora and Aokiji are playing chess. Two old men with white hair and beard sat cross-legged in front of a table. Chapter 185 New Abilities, Similar Fruits are Strengthened. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Somewhere Marine Base. Teacher, you can't go out. Your injury is not healed yet, it will burst open. A man covered in bandages with only 2 eyes showing trembling walked out of the room. He also held a newspaper in his hand. The newspaper at this time was already crumpled and covered with blood. Sakazuki looked up at the sky, bloodshot eyes staring at the sun. Damn Suyi, sooner or later I will get my revenge. 35. GM Army Headquarters, Baldigo. A group of people are reading the contents of the newspaper. It's amazing to have the guts to break into Mariajoy alone and do this kind of thing. Ah, we did what we wanted to do ahead of time. This person seems to be Luffy's partner, looks like he should be his own. If I have time, I really want to meet him. Robin Chan have you seen the newspaper? There is news from your companion. At this moment, Robin took the newspaper, just glanced quickly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Nami should be very happy. Others are puzzled. Who is Nami? Are her family 14 friends slaves? Robin shook his head slightly. She likes treasure the most. New World, Wanokuni, Ghost Island. Big Brother, someone has challenged celestial dragons. Jin, who was wearing a leather coat and covering his face tightly, looked at Kaido, who was reading the newspaper. Advertisement. Kaido's face was hidden in shadows, making it difficult to see his expression. After a long time, he suddenly showed a smile. Well, this guy named Suyi seems to have the same goal as ours, to get rid of celestial dragons, but his method is a bit too gentle. I haven't seen any news of celestial dragons being killed. Saying that, he put the newspaper aside, stopped drinking, stood up, and raised his mace. Go, find a few marine branches for a walk, and see if the current marine is growing. 35. Cake Island. The ant looked at the contents of the newspaper and chewed something in her mouth. What's the matter? This guy named Suyi has made such a big noise. Saying that I don't have celestial dragons here, do you want to raise a few for fun? The Fishmen Island. People who just got the newspaper were immediately attracted by Suyi's deeds. Back in the day, their hero Tiger was world famous for saving the slaves of the celestial dragons. Now, this human has actually done the same thing. Inside the Dragon Palace, Sir Suyi is amazing. He did the same thing as Lord Tiger. Shirahoshi was lying on the bed, hands resting on his chin, tail wagging. I really miss it, Mr. Suyi. I wonder how you are doing now. Are you safe? For a long time, her head hung down on the quilt. I really want to go out. It's been a long time since no weapons have come from outside, but what should I do if the royal father doesn't let me go out? On a desert island on the Grand Line. By the coast, on a fire roasting the meat of the Sea Kings. Suyi, who was sitting on a rock and eating meat, was flipping through the Book of Thieves in his hand. The number of devil fruit in the book has exceeded 50, so a whole new function has been added. Increase the strengthening slot system. Each fruit, excluding the fused fruit, can have a strengthening slot. Putting in the fruit for strengthening can improve the current fruit development progress. Fruit enhancement function. Fruit abilities of the same series can be enhanced with other fruit abilities with similar abilities. One enhancement slot can only hold one fruit. Hint: the fruit placed in the enhancement slot cannot be lent or used for fusion. The degree of strengthening is determined according to the correlation between the fruit placed in the strengthening tank and the strengthened fruit. The higher the correlation, the stronger the strengthening effect. 0.99. Advertisement. It's really good. In this way, many abilities that are not used can also be used. Then, he began to take stock of the harvest of his trip to the Holy Land. The harvested devil fruits are wild boar fruit, white pig fruit, Madara point pig fruit, union fruit, moa fruit, hyena fruit, white bear fruit, grizzly bear fruit, parrot fruit, frog fruit, glass fruit, teapot fruit. Mostly zone, 1 logia, and 2 paramecia. It is worth mentioning that the fruit of glasses can produce a variety of glasses, and different glasses will have different effects when worn. For example, it is possible to create a kind of glamour glasses, which will increase a person's charm when worn. It can make people unconsciously approach and become this person's partner. There are also focus glasses, which can increase concentration after wearing. It is very effective when reading. There are also battle glasses. After wearing them, the whole person will become full of desire for destruction, and at the same time, the combat power will be enhanced. Then there is the teapot fruit, which can turn the body into a teapot person, and can pour out different flavors of tea. Different flavors of tea have different effects, which are similar to glasses fruit. Such as sleepy black tea, people can quickly fall asleep after drinking. There is also excitement Coke, which immediately becomes excited after drinking it. If it is extended, various teapots can be made to fight. A variety of teas can also be specially developed. These two abilities are auxiliary devil fruit abilities. But Su Yi's attention was still on the just emerged reinforcement system. Open the page of the sword wolf fruit. You can see that the 3 kinds of fruits that synthesize the sword wolf fruit each have a strengthening slot. This means that the wolf fruit can be strengthened 3 times, namely the strengthening of Logia, Paramecia and Zone. The ability of the fruit placed in the booster slot will be temporarily unavailable, so Su Yi must consider it carefully. The fruit abilities that Su Yi can currently use as reinforcement materials are Squirrel Fruit, Slippery Fruit, Exploding Fruit, Sand Fruit, Dice Fruit, Thorny Fruit, Mole Fruit, Dachshund Fruit, Cheetah Fruit, White Fruit, Elephant Fruit, Giraffe Fruit, Shadow Fruit, Sound Fruit, Straw Fruit, Magneto Fruit, Allosaurus Fruit, Cow Fruit, Madara Horse Fruit, Koala Fruit, Rhino Fruit, Madara Dog Fruit, Turtle Fruit, Shock Fruit, Target Fruit, Dark Fruit, Wild Boar Fruit, White Pig Fruit, Madara Point Pig Fruit, Union Fruit, Moa Fruit, Hyena Fruit, White Bear Fruit, Grizzly Bear Fruit, Parrot Fruit, Frog Fruit, Glass Fruit, Teapot Fruit. Weigh again and again. Advertisement. Zone He chose Canine, Madara Point Dog Fruit for strengthening. Paramecia chooses Dice Fruit. Logia was torn between Sand Fruit and Yun Fruit for a long time. It's not that Sand Fruit is closer to Smoke Fruit than Yun Fruit. It's just that he is considering whether Union Fruit can be used for other purposes. But Lien 123 thought of the reason why the precious essence is not too expensive, he still chose Union Fruit through gritted teeth. After that, he took out the Dice Fruit, Union Fruit and Madara Dog Fruit and put them into the 3 strengthening slots of the Sword Wolf Fruit. Ding! The strengthening is successful, and the development progress of the Sword Wolf Fruit has increased by 13%. Ding! The strengthening is successful, and the development progress of the Sword Wolf Fruit has increased by 17%. Ding! The strengthening is successful, and the development progress of the Sword Wolf Fruit has been increased by 12%. Ding! Since your current development progress of the Sword Wolf Fruit is 10%, your development progress has exceeded 50%, the Sword Wolf Fruit is awakened. Ding! Tip. After the Zone Fruit is awakened, the strength, speed, defense ability, injury recovery speed, physical recovery speed, and endurance will be fully improved. Ding! Since the Sword Wolf Fruit is a magical beast, other abilities of the Sword Wolf Fruit will also be greatly enhanced. Awakened. Su Yi's eyes lit up. Although the Sword Wolf Fruit itself is already very powerful, if it is not awakened, it is still missing something. Therefore, he actually wanted to use 2 years to develop the Sword Wolf Fruit early in the morning to see if he could get close to awakening. But if you want to wake up, it still takes a lot of effort. After all, Zone's awakening requires multiple near-death experiences. Luffy, who has the form of Renren Fruit, Eudemons, and Nika, has experienced so many deaths and longevity since he went to sea, and finally awakened after being beaten by Kaido. This shows how difficult Zone's awakening is, especially the special Eudemon species. Now, it is possible to awaken directly, without Su Yi's major hindrance. Chapter 186 2 years later. Straw Hat Crew reunited. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 2 years later. Sabayati Archipelago. Shaki's Ripping Bar. It was a normal afternoon, the sun was languid as usual, and the mild sunshine made one drowsy. There was no one in the bar. Shaki was mixing drinks for Rayleigh, and Rayleigh was counting the money he sold himself a while back. Another poor bastard has been tricked by you. Shaki glanced at the bag in Rayleigh's hand as he mixed drinks. This gold coin, compared to what Su Yi snatched from celestial dragons, is like the difference between a hair and red line. Rayleigh took out a gold coin, which was a little dark and looked like it was a few years old. With a flick of his fingers, the gold coin fell on the table, and then he picked up the wine prepared by Shaki and tasted it carefully. Speaking of which, it has been almost 2 years since then. Shaki is drinking from a glass of juice, and that's the secret to her youthful youth. Ah, yes, it's been almost 2 years since that thing. Rayleigh drank the wine from his glass. I looked at the gold coins in the bag in front of me again. It seems that this harvest can drink wine for a long time. Of course, if you save some drinks. Shaki suddenly remembered something. By the way, Little Monkey and the others should be here soon. 35. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth twitched. One of them has already arrived, but it's surprising that he was the first. Time passes slowly. The warm yellow sun shines through the window on the floor of the bar, giving a feeling of twilight. Crunch. Suddenly, the bar peephole opened. The sunlight outside suddenly shone in, and all I could see was a calm figure with 3 knives tied around his waist. Yo, long time no see. Rayleigh raised his jug and greeted Zorro. Zorro walked into the bar, looking much more mature than he was 2 years ago. Not only has he become more and more calm, but he also exudes the charm of a mature man. What about the rest? Zorro sat down casually, picked up the glass of wine that Shaki had poured for him, and drank it. You are the first. Advertisement. Mrs. Shaki said in a strange tone. Zorro said to himself. The first one, the others should not be lost. Shaki. Rayleigh. That's right. Zorro suddenly remembered something. I saw a strange thing outside, what's going on? Rayleigh and Shaki looked at each other. You mean, could it be that? 99. Well, anyway, I'll go for a walk first, and I'll come back when the others arrive. 99. Zorro finished drinking, stood up and left. Shaki and Rayleigh looked at each other. Looks like he's grown a lot, Shaki said. It seems that Lucci's problems have also been corrected. Rayleigh said. Shaki took a deep look at Zorro's back. Really, have you changed it? The second person to arrive from Straw Hat Crew was Nami. She walked into the bar the next morning, when Rayleigh had gone out to play cards, only Shaki. Yo, Nami, it's been 2 years since you were so beautiful. Shaki is not a person who likes to compliment others, so what she said was sincere. After 2 years, Nami has indeed grown from a girl to a woman. She exudes the charm of a mature woman. The key is that the long orange hair is the finishing touch. Her skin is white and smooth, and her hair is soft and shiny. It looks similar to Boa Hancock who ate the sweet fruit. This is the effect of beauty bubbles. Do you want to try it? Nami brushed lightly on the skin of Shaki's arm with his fingers, and immediately wiped out a string of colorful bubbles. Then, this part of the skin turned out to be as fair and smooth as Nami's. Shaki's eyes suddenly lit up. This is Devil Fruit's ability. It feels like it can be used to open a shop and specialize in beauty. 5. Nami smiled and said, I can open a beauty salon next to your bar when the trip ends. Shaki said, then I must visit you every week. By the way, what about the others? Shouldn't I be the first to arrive? Nami looked towards the bar and brought the topic back on track. Shaki smiled slightly. Most people haven't arrived yet, but you are not the first one. That green algae head is the first to arrive, but he said yesterday afternoon that he was out for a walk, but he hasn't come back this morning. Woolen cloth. Advertisement. Nami first expressed surprise that Zorro was the first to arrive, and then expressed acceptance that Zorro got lost outside. It's a surprise that he was the first to come to me. Maybe he started going here 2 years ago, but it's a miracle to get here in 2 years. 5. Shaki. In other words, is it really okay for you to hurt your companions like this? Okay. I'm going shopping. When they arrive, you can call me with a phone bug. After saying goodbye to Shaki, Nami left the bar. Really, each one has changed so much that I almost don't recognize it. Shaki rests his chin on his hand and looks at the door of the bar. Time flies by. Afternoon. Shaki was wiping the counter. A mouse suddenly appeared in the bar. Bring me a Coke. The mouse suddenly spoke. The rag in Shaki's hand fell to the ground. For the first time, his face showed shock, even a trace of panic. Are you Frankie? She looked at the strange-looking mouse sitting on the table and asked subconsciously. Sabayati Archipelago, appear somewhere. A ship from the kingdom of Kamabaka was parked on the shore. Stomping on. Sanji stepped directly down the moonwalk from the boat. To be honest, he didn't want to stay on that boat for a moment, and he didn't even want to breathe the same air as the shemale. However, the shemales are not as ruthless as Sanji. They all got off the boat anyway and came to say goodbye to Sanji. Ugly man with dyed blue hair. Immediately. And the big, ugly man with a carrot stuck to his nose. Remember to check back often. Don't come here. Advertisement. Servant. When he imagined a certain part of the two, his heartbeat suddenly beat violently like a drum. We are now preparing to go to sea, and we are gathering powerful pirates. We don't want bounties below 70 million. Little Sanji, I don't know how long it will be until we meet. 35. So happy. Puff. I'll keep your dress for you. 95. In Sanji's mind, for some reason, an image of Nami in Robin's imagination appeared. Seeing the living, real women walking the streets. He ran away from the shemales at the fastest speed in his life, and didn't stop until he ran hundreds of meters away. And this, in Sanji's eyes, is just an ordinary woman. Sanji's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. His nosebleed was like a rocket taking off into the sky, and the whole person also flew into the sky. I'm a Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy. My father is the dragon of the GM army, and my grandfather is the marine hero Garp. My brother is Ace, the son of Roger, the pirate king. It didn't take long for Sanji's nosebleed to spurt out. Then, like a pervert, he started smelling every woman he passed by. In a pub somewhere. And beside him, is an ugly woman with orange hair dyed. Yes, it's a woman. Don't catch a cold. His eyes suddenly became heart-shaped, and his nostrils began to itch. What he looked forward to most was Nami and Robin, who had not seen each other for 2 years. It's good. On the other side of the street, passers-by all looked at him with the eyes of a neurotic. We will miss you. Puff. Nami-san. Robin-san. Long time no see, how are you guys in shape? Sanji. The speaker was a fat, ugly-looking pirate wearing a straw hat. Chapter 187 The Usopp Fruit Awakens. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. They're the Straw Hat Crew. Don't mess with them, don't touch them. In the bar, the people who come here to drink all think that they are unlucky. Think of the pirates in front of you as the real Straw Hat Crew. And the prestige of Straw Hat Crew is needless to say here. Luffy has already made a name for himself in the Summit War, and the bounty of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is not low. The Straw Hat Pirates' reputation in the Sabayati archipelago surpasses all supernovae and is the object of worship for many pirates. By the way, we have the blessing of the god descended from the sky, here, 99. The fat pirate disguised as a straw hat seemed to suddenly remember something and said casually. It turned out to be the god descended from the sky. It seems that the rumor is true. Is Godfall really in the Straw Hat Crew? 35. Since this is the case, then they are really a group of big pirates. With the blessing of the god of heaven, Straw Hat Crew is really shit luck. By the way, why didn't you see the god descended from the sky himself? The fat pirate disguised as a straw hat is very useful to everyone's discussion, enjoying the fun brought by the halo of Straw Hat Crew. His eyes caught a glimpse of a beautiful woman sitting on the edge of the bar, and his eyes lit up. The woman over there, come here for me. However, the woman at the bar was unmoved and still drinking beer to herself. It's really desperate. The Straw Hat Boy's order was ignored. 123 It seems that this woman is going to be in trouble. The people in the bar were moving away from Nami, who was sitting at the bar. Are you deaf? The fake straw hat said, standing up and going to Nami. Suddenly the floor under his feet suddenly melted into a puddle of mud, and the whole person fell into it. When he wanted to pull his leg out, he found that the floor was so solid that he couldn't pull it out at all. Crunch. At this moment, the door of the bar opened, and a strong figure walked in. Well-developed muscles, six-pack abs, and steady steps. At the same time, there is also a wild aura that exudes from him all the time. Advertisement. Nami turned around and saw the other party, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Usopp. That's right, this person is Usopp, who has been practicing in the Boeing Islands for 2 years. Usopp sat next to Nami and grinned, long time no see. Without 2 years, you are much stronger and stronger. 35. Nami first pinched Usopp's muscles. Then he looked at the group of fake straw hats. At this time, the pirates disguised as Frankie and Usopp are about to rescue the fake straw hat from the floor. They split the wooden floor and found more solid rock underneath. However, even if it is a solid rock, the middle seems to have melted, and one leg of the fake straw hat is stuck in there, and it cannot be pulled out no matter how much you pull it out. Damn, what the hell is going on? The fake straw hat was sweating profusely. And the people in the tavern are also dazed. Why did the legendary Straw Hat Boy suddenly fall into the floor? Could it be that this is his special ability? But then, why can't he pull it out again? Stupid people don't think the other way around. The people in front of them are just fake straw hats. Because this will only appear to them very stupid, and this is the stupidity they can't accept. Looks like the Straw Hat crew is over. Usopp teases the scrambled fake Straw Hat crew in a playful tone. Damn, are you the one who did it? Catch them for me. When the fake Straw Hat saw Usopp's smile on his face, he immediately became unhappy. He quickly ordered the others to deal with the two. The three fake pirates rushed over immediately. However, at this moment, the ground beneath the three of them suddenly turned into a swamp, and they immediately fell into it and fluttered inside. Then, the ground suddenly stood still, and the bodies of the three were stuck in the ground. Come on, go and meet the others. Usopp didn't even look at the three of them. He walked out of the pub on his own. Nami also left with a faint smile, and said to the boss before leaving. Advertisement. These people from Straw Hat Crew bought it, don't you say they are Straw Hat Crew? Then they must be rich, right? 35. Then, the blank-faced diners and the equally blank-faced boss were left behind. On the floor, several pirates disguised as Straw Hat Crew looked at each other. On the other side, on the street, Chopper has a marshmallow in his hand and eats it as he walks. What has everyone become? It's been 2 years, it's been a long time. 95. He stared at a school bag above his head, his body grew a little taller. Beach and across the road, there were 4 people and a pet. They are a pirate disguised as Sanji, a pirate disguised as Zoro, a pirate disguised as Robin, a pirate disguised as Suyi, and a fox disguised as Chopper. Wait, how did Suyi become like this? Chopper was stunned for a moment. Although Zoro and Sanji had changed a lot, they weren't so great that he couldn't recognize them. He didn't care about that fox-like pet. It was Suyi's appearance that made him a little unacceptable. Hey, Mina, how are you? Chopper stepped forward immediately. Greeted a few fake pirates. Several people saw Chopper and didn't care. However, someone recognized Chopper. Isn't this the ship doctor from Straw Hat Crew? A few fake pirates suddenly stopped, looked at Chopper, and then at the fox. Then, they decisively kicked the fox and let Chopper follow them. And Chopper has no doubts. Just looking at Suyi curiously, Suyi, what do you mean by wearing this dress? A group of fake pirates were a little surprised, but they didn't expect a guy who looked like a pet to speak. This civet cat just spoke. Looks like it really is. Speaking of which, his position in Straw Hat Crew seems to be a ship doctor, and a civet cat turned out to be a ship doctor. 35. However, Chopper's focus is still on Suyi. Advertisement. Suyi, what do you mean by this outfit? A pirate disguised as Suyi, wearing a robe that only gods can wear. Although a handsome face, but deliberately made up to look like Suyi. But his temperament is not like Suyi at all. Compared with Suyi's hockey, what he has is only wretched. And it looks like a magic stick. Several fake pirates looked at each other, ignoring the talking civet cat at all. Instead, he walked forward on his own accord. While whispering, "Boss, they should have been waiting for us. Speaking of which, we have issued a summoning order, and there should be many famous people who will join us. Haha, at that time we don't need to take action at all, we can take advantage of the fishermen, and a bunch of obedient younger brothers will fight to death for us, maybe the boss can really become the pirate king." 5. At this time, suddenly, 2 men in black suits rushed out of the crowd next to them. Holding a sack in his hand, he wrapped Robin and ran away. A group of fake pirates were stunned. Chopper's jaw almost dropped to the ground, and then he shouted anxiously, "Zoro, Sanji, Suyi, hurry up and save Robin. Robin has been captured." Several fake pirates looked at each other. "Forget it. Grab it and grab it. Yeah, it's more important to find the boss quickly." 5. Chopper watched several people leave in shock. Tears burst into my eyes. Then, he suddenly changed his body shape and became a human beast form. Unforgivable. With a few punches, the fake pirates were knocked out. "I'm so wrong about you, Zoro, Sanji, Suyi, you are so desperate for your comrades. Several fake pirates are stupid. What's going on? A civet cat has grown bigger. Chapter 188 The God of Heaven. God Su Yi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An angry chopper beat up a group of fake pirates. Only then did I realize that after 2 years, Zoro and the others couldn't even beat themselves. Is it possible, is it possible, that a few of them are fake? Suddenly, a figure came out from the corner. Robin, wearing sunglasses, smiled and looked at Joe Ba with a sad face. Chopper wiped his blurry tears and saw that it wasn't much different from 2 years ago, but more feminine. Robin suddenly laughed. Shrinking his body, he hugged Robin's thigh, crying loudly. That's great, Robin. I thought you were taken away. It's great that you're okay. Robin couldn't help laughing, rubbed Chopper's head. Chopper, you've grown up. Then, she took Chopper to the meeting point. Along the way, Chopper began to realize. It's not that Zoro et al. And 2 years ago have changed too much, it's simply impossible to be them. That bloated figure has a slower reaction speed than a tortoise. Even if a few of them have really fallen in the past 2 years, they are 100 times stronger than these fake ones. But someone is going to impersonate us, really, as if we've become famous, bastard. I'm not going to be happy. Chopper said, and suddenly became happy, his arms twisted and twisted like waves. On the other side, somewhere on the street, Sanji meets Zoro. Green algae head, you are here too. Sanji's first reaction after seeing Zoro was incredible. Zoro didn't get lost. Advertisement. No. In other words, is there a possibility that he has actually been going this way since 2 years ago, and has not come until now? Zoro saw Sanji, but his first words were, oh, the sixth guy, I'm the first. 35. Sanji. Seeing Zoro's smug look on his forehead burst with blue veins. But, suddenly thought of something. He lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff first. Then he said to Zoro indifferently, you must have started going here 2 years ago. 35. No, I started going here more than 10 days ago, and I was the first to arrive and the sixth to arrive. Zoro said lightly. Sanji. He snuffed out the cigarette butt, intending not to argue with Zoro about this. Taking a deep breath, by the way, are Nami and Miss Robin here? Zoro said. Both of them arrived earlier than your sixth. By the way, I was the first to arrive. Sanji. He was outright angry. Can you please stop mentioning this? Zoro drew his knife. What? Want to fight? Sanji's body suddenly turned red. To be precise, there was an extra red border on the outside of the body. Transparent fruit katakana middle dot the color of wrath. Seeing Zoro's surprised expression, Sanji began to explain with a sullen expression. Actually, human emotions have colors, but they can't be seen by the naked eye. If I use the power of transparent fruits to materialize these colors, I will gain infinite power. Sanji said, the whole body has an extra layer of red border. Transparent fruit color of wrath. It can increase the destructive power slightly, and add fire effect at the same time. Bang bang bang. Zoro and Sanji fight. Advertisement. Sanji, who has the color of anger, does not lose to Zoro at all. But neither of them fought seriously. But after a battle, the passers-by around were stunned. Whether it is the strength or speed of the two, they are completely beyond their imagination. Some people have also watched the battle of the supernova 2 years ago, but the supernova at that time, compared with the two people in front of them, is not comparable at all. It can be said that the strength of the two of them at will at this time is much more powerful than those supernovas. It's still a case of neither of them showing hockey. Well, stop fighting, it's more important to see Miss Nami and Miss Robin. Sanji suddenly stopped and lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a deep breath, his body suddenly became translucent. The smoke of cigarettes wafted all over his body, and it looked extremely dreamy. The color of transparent fruits and cigarettes allows nicotine to penetrate every cell in me, keeping me awake at all times. Then, with an intoxicated look on his face. After all, in the face of love, only nicotine can keep me sane. 99. As he spoke, his body suddenly turned pink. However, they clearly remember that there was no such thing here 2 years ago. And erected a statue for it. Quote. Zoro on the side wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Usopp looked at the sunshine, which was intact and had finished coating, and couldn't help but exclaimed. On the coast, the Sunshine, which had been away for 2 years, was parked on the water, as if it had never changed. This is. His pupils shrank. Saying that, he pointed to the huge stone statue beside the hull. I'm surprised, right, and I'm also surprised that something like this would appear here. 35. Suddenly, a figure of pervert appeared on the deck, doing all kinds of weird movements. Advertisement. Nami also covered his mouth in surprise. Ah, what is this? Zoro looked at a statue in the center of the street. Ow, super, you too, long time no see, do you miss me? Compared with 2 years ago, he seems to have become more pervert. Usopp suddenly noticed that there was a stone statue on the shore on the side of the Sunshine. Nami and Usopp came here with a bunch of balloons. Could it be that? It's really amazing. After 2 years, the hull has not been damaged in the slightest. How did this happen? By the way, speaking, I don't know if you have noticed, this city seems to have changed a lot compared to 2 years ago, Zoro said suddenly. Island 41. The stone statues were obviously added in the past 2 years, using very exquisite carving techniques, and they looked like a work of art. And because Suyi is in our pirate group, and the Sunshine is our pirate ship, the residents of Sabayati Archipelago actually regard this place as a new holy place, and strictly guard it, not allowing anyone to break in until my presence. Van. People call Suyi God Suyi. Nami also said. I was quite surprised when I saw it for the first time. I thought the boat had been stolen long ago. I have saved some money in the past 2 years, and I was going to buy a new boat at that time. He's still there. The statue of the god of the fallen. The statue of Suyi who jumped from the Red Line to the Sabayati Archipelago after the burning of Mariajoy 2 years ago. The inhabitants of the Sabayati Archipelago who were harassed and tortured by the celestial dragons, who would then burn down the Holy Land, liberate slaves, and jumped from the Holy Land to them. Suyi, who still survived, was regarded as a living god. Sanji also became more serious. Ah, I noticed, are you talking about those statues? This statue, found on every island in the Sabayati Archipelago, is a fairly common symbol. The cigarette smoke in the body also turned pink, and the petals of the sakura flower fell from time to time. Or into the shape of a red heart, which looks like a dream. Speaking of which, Frankie's eyes lit up and said in a very envious tone. The exaggerated body shape and the metal body structure all reflect that he is moving further and further towards the road of transforming people. This guy is really helpless. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. There is no doubt that this is Frankie after 2 years of absence. Chapter 189. Everyone is here. The admiral who came after him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine headquarters. Inside the marshal's office. Report. The whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew have been found at Sabayati Archipelago. It is understood that Straw Hat Crew is releasing information on soliciting partners with great fanfare. 35. A flyer was placed on Aokiji's desk. Aokiji, who was dozing off, lifted his mask and said speechlessly, "What's wrong with the current intelligence officers? Has he really understood the way Straw Hat Crew does things? Do you think Straw Hat Crew would do such a thing?" He looked at the marine soldiers in front of him lightly. A few drops of sweat dripped down his face. In fact, Sabayati Archipelago is too dangerous, so many old people are reluctant to go there. Now there are newcomers on the island with only 3 months of experience, and they don't know anything about Straw Hat Crew. I'm sorry, this is my responsibility, I wasted your time. 99. With that said, the marine soldier quickly left the room. Aokiji put down the blindfold and continued to doze. But soon, someone else came in. Report. We caught Nick Robin. Go away. Go away. 1 2 3. Aokiji is completely speechless to these rookie idiots. Nick Robin is the character who ran away when he arrived at the Eni's lobby. The world government wanted and hunted her down for more than 20 years. How could it be caught by a few people who are not even vice admiral? Quote. The marine soldier was still a little unconvinced. Aokiji lifted the blindfold, and his eyes were as cold as frost. The other party shivered immediately. Get me out. He was too lazy to talk. Now, he has long regretted being the Marine Marshal. After the Summit War, the Marine elite lost more than half. Advertisement. As a result, the Marines are now filled with a group of ignorant, incompetent, and pretentious newcomers. Treat the wanted criminals with a bounty of over 100 million as a street hooligan, and treat intelligence work as a family. He was pretty sure that Marine had no future and was completely doomed. And he is Marine's tomb keeper. Really? Otherwise just disband, don't waste everyone's time. At this time, someone else pushed the door in. This time, the other party said, "Report, a person suddenly appeared on the pirate ship of Straw Hat crew that you were monitoring." The other party is suspected to be Frankie, the transforming person of Straw Hat crew, but then our intelligence personnel lost contact and their whereabouts are unknown. Only then did Aokiji become interested. If Straw Hat crew is really going to be there, it's definitely going to be somewhere. That's their pirate ship. This is a problem that an idiot can think of, and it can be seen that those intelligence officers are not even as good as idiots. And he has been staring at the sunshine for the past 2 years. Once there is an abnormality, it is definitely the people from Straw Hat crew who are back. Contact Kizaru immediately, let him go in person, and pacifists, send me at least 50 units. Remember, these 50 units can only delay their time, can't kill them, so save me some use, understand well. Yes. Soldier Marine swallowed, feeling that something big was going to happen this time. The Straw Hat Kid who attacked the Celestial Dragons, Monkey D. Luffy. World government wanted Ohara's demon, Nick Robin. And most importantly, Su Yi, the god who burned the holy site of Mariajoy, is a most wanted criminal. And their strength, after 2 years, I don't know how much they have changed. Sabayati Archipelago, Island 41. Robin and Chopper also came aboard the Sunshine. Damn. Robot. 5. Chopper and Usopp looked at Frankie posing, and their eyes lit up. Zoro, who has returned, is sitting on the deck dozing off. Sanji made tea and snacks and put them on the table on the deck. Nami-san, Robin-san, please try the desserts I made with love. At this time, a pink light circle around his body was extremely dazzling, and the pink mist was constantly transpiring, even giving people a dazzling feeling. Ah, what happened to Sanji? Advertisement. Chopper, who is a doctor, has never seen such symptoms. Because Sanji used to spray nosebleeds before, but now it's starting to glow, making him really confused. This guy, it is said that the transparent fruit has awakened. Usopp said. Awakening. So powerful. Chopper looked at Sanji with shock and admiration. I guess I've been in the girls' bathroom for 2 years, Zoro said in the distance. Suga, it's completely possible to wake up in this way. Chopper slapped his fist with an expression of sudden realization. Sanji snorted coldly, and then the color of his body changed to a sad blue tone. You don't understand at all what happened to me in the past 2 years. In order to avoid the group of she-males, I turned on the ability of transparent fruit almost all the time, and even practiced the skills that I couldn't even search by sight. 95. You idiots won't understand. Everyone was speechless. By the way, why haven't Luffy, Su Yi and Brook come yet? Nami suddenly thought of the 3 who hadn't arrived yet and said. Brook may not come, he is a big star now, and he may not be a pirate from now on. Frankie said. Speaking of which, I also saw Brook's poster outside, the King of Souls. Robin took a sip of tea. Yo ho ho, are you talking about me? Yo ho ho ho. Suddenly, a familiar sound of laughter came. Everyone looked up and saw 2 familiar figures walking towards the sunshine. One is Brook, and the other is Su Yi. Su Yi, Brook. Nami waved to the 2 of them. God descended from the sky. God descended from the sky. God descended from the sky. Chopper and Usopp were waving little bunting flags and cheering for Su Yi on the side of the boat. Mr. Luffy didn't come. Brook glanced at everyone on the boat, but Luffy could not be seen. Luffy, he's in the plaza at Island 40, and he'll be there soon. 99. Su Yi scratched his ears and said. You saw why you didn't call him back. Nami groaned. Ah, that, Mr. Su Yi actually went to pick me up. We didn't see Mr. Luffy. 35. Brook waved his hand with a look of astonishment. He has met Marine's man now, Suyi said, digging out his left ear again. Advertisement. Then hurry up and save him. Nami immediately turned into sharp teeth and roared, and only after the roar did he realize, ah, how did you know it so clearly? Suyi then pointed to his ears and grinned, I heard. 35. After a pause, he continued. With Luffy's ability, the group of Marines can't help him. It seems that they will be back soon. He suddenly took a deep breath. Everyone looked at him in unison. Not good. Here comes Kizaru. 99. Nani. The crowd immediately panicked. Only Zoro and Sanji drew their swords and the color of their bodies changed to the color of fire full of fighting spirit. Ah, he just boarded a warship at Marine headquarters. Suyi closed his eyes and listened for a while. Can you hear it from such a distance? With an incredible expression on Nami's face, the others looked at Suyi in astonishment. Suyi put her hand on her chin. The stronger the vitality, the better I can hear. For example, I can hear Garp and Sengoku from Marine headquarters here talking. 99. The total feeling is 4.9. You have become a lot stronger in the past 2 years. Zoro gave Suyi a deep look. You specialize in seeing, hearing, and seeing. If you have a chance in the future, see if you can perceive me in an invisible state. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself. Everyone, let's go. Marine is here. In the distance, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Then, everyone saw Luffy trotting with a large package on his back. You can't escape. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Luffy. Immediately afterwards, a large number of pacifists surrounded one after another from all around. Zon Taomaru has not changed much from the appearance of 2 years ago, still carrying a weapon in the shape of a giant axe. And the pacifists all opened their mouths at this time, ready to release light waves. Destroy their ship for me. Zon Taomaru shouted. At this time, on the ship, Nami and Chopper have fallen into deep despair. The two hugged each other, tears and snot. It's over, so many pacifists were dead today. Chapter 190 Departure, The Fishmen Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone super. Don't worry, I'll leave it to me here. Frankie was the first to stand up at the critical moment. At this time, the dock of the Sunshine was automatically opened, and a robot that looked like everyone in the Straw Hat crew came out. From Luffy, Suyi to Brook, from appearance to clothing, they are all very similar. Luffy's robot held a piece of barbecue in his hand and kept repeating the words, I want to eat meat, in his mouth. And Zoro is holding a knife and 2 knives in his hand. Sanji's eyes are heart-shaped. Etc., etc. And the way pacifists identify people seems to be based on these characteristics. One by one's heads are facing the direction of the robot. Ow! Decoy robots are here. Frankie continued to pose, and the pacifists' light wave attack was also transferred from the Sunshine to several decoy robots. Boo! 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 One after another light waves were launched, hitting the decoy robot, and a violent explosion occurred at the same time. After the explosion, a group of decoy robots was not directly destroyed as everyone imagined, but only to the extent that a layer of paint has fallen off. The metal part 14 inside can be seen to be very thick, and there is basically no damage. Luffy, come on up, shouted Nami. Luffy jumped lightly, skipping the blast range of the explosion and jumping onto the Sunshine. And Frankie was still unsure. Don't you want to see my other cards? Don't want to watch. Go. Nami yelled. Frankie looked disappointed, then looked at Luffy. Advertisement. Luffy understood and smiled. Set sail. Go to the Fishmen Island. Kai. At this time, on the deck under everyone's feet, the coating suddenly inflated, and gradually wrapped the Sunshine inside. Outside, the pacifists are still frantically attacking decoy bots. Why is this thing so hard? Zon Taomaru looked at the decoy robot that was constantly being destroyed, but still struggled to stand up. His face was extremely ugly. On the other side, on the Sunshine. This is made of Wabo Metal 5.0, which is characterized by resistance to beating. Frankie explained to the crowd. Damn. Usopp and Chopper and Luffy all stared at Frankie. A look of admiration. On the other hand, Nami had a headache. After 2 years, Frankie seems to have become more pervert. And because of the role of Munch Munch Fruit, he seems to have invented a lot of strange things. At this moment, Su Yi, who was sitting on the deck drinking tea, was the most calm one. To be honest, with Munch Munch fruit in hand, he wouldn't be surprised if Frankie made the ancient weapon Pluton. Also, the drawings seen in Vegapunk's lab should also refine some of Frankie's ideas. Then, sunshine began to sink into the sea. Although this is Su Yi's second visit to the Fishman Island. But it was the first time for everyone on board. Everyone is very new. Can this bubble block the water? Usopp was the first to express his concern. Chopper, who was in a daze looking at the beautiful seabed, suddenly panicked. Hey, can it still be broken? Nami took out a notepad and recorded relevant precautions on it. You can't make holes in the coating on a large scale at the same time, otherwise the coating will break. Advertisement. At this point, Luffy and Zoro were looking at the school of fish swimming by and said, if I use the rubber machine gun, none of these fish will get away. 5. Zoro drew the knife from his waist. That's more fish than to see who catches. Nami just went up and punched 2 fists and knocked the 2 people to the ground. Didn't you hear me? You can't make too many holes at the same time. Really, why do I feel like I'm going to die at the bottom of the sea? Nami burst into tears and felt so tired. Usopp and Chopper also hugged tightly, bursting into tears. It's too dangerous to follow this group of people. Robin watched everyone play tricks with a leisurely face. At this moment, King of Souls Brook came over. Robin-san, Nami-san, can you show me what color your panties are? As a result, a hand appeared above Brook's head and tapped his head lightly. Then, a package popped up. Sorry, I was wrong. 35. Brook also apologized very gentlemanly. Looking at this familiar scene, Su Yi felt a long-lost relaxation. It's been 2 years since we said goodbye last time. Nami came over with a kind smile. Su Yi, I heard that you have looted a lot of treasures. Don't leave those things indiscriminately. In fact, I can help you keep them. Su Yi pointed to the cabin and said, it's all put in the cabin. If you want to use it, you can get it yourself. Of course, what he didn't say was that those were only a part, and more parts were still in his hands, but if he wanted to take them all out, I'm afraid the sunshine wouldn't be able to hold them. Nami immediately turned into a petty fortune fan and went to count the treasures. Jump off the red line. Zoro on the side suddenly became anxious. Hey, 127 is. Moreover, how could a dignified great swordsman not have a few spare knives? Brook said. Speaking of which, when I held a concert in South Blue, I once saw a similar statue in a country. Could it be that you have been to South Blue too, Su Yi? But other people started to explain to Luffy. By the way, how did I see the statue of Su Yi in the Sabayati Islands? 95. So, in Nami's safe, in addition to the treasure and Bailey, there are several more famous knives. That's when you haven't seen anyone jumping off Sky Island. Advertisement. Su Yi buttoned her booger with an indifferent expression on her face. I want to dance too. Shut up. Nami punched Luffy in the head. Luffy laughed. Zoro, don't be so mean, why don't you sell the knife for a party? Nami immediately took out a pen and paper to settle accounts for Zoro. I lent you a lot of Bailey before, and after 2 years, the interest is already quite a lot. It's very dangerous, you know, but there are celestial dragons on it. Also, did I say you Su Yi, although I support you when you search for treasure, but jumping off the red line is too messy. Luffy and others were also interested in treasure at this time. Treasure. Where is the treasure? This was looted from celestial dragons, and is a good knife for Zoro these days. Nami and Zoro each gave Luffy a punch. No way. Wow, Su Yi, what you think is really thoughtful. If an accident happens in the future and we suddenly become poor, a few famous knives can still sell Bailey. 5. Zoro. Luffy suddenly looked constipated. Boom. Boom. Chopper also wears a crown. Robin picked up a golden weapon, looked at it for a while, and said in surprise. Soon after, Luffy wore a golden crown, a golden sword in his hand, and a pearl necklace around his neck. The crowd was speechless. Zoro held the 2 large sharp knives in his hands and watched repeatedly. Nami nodded with satisfaction. Luffy still didn't understand the origin of the statue, and asked his own doubts. It won't die anyway. Allah, these are very old antiques, worth more than pure gold. Except for the word Hidao, the other two knives can be exchanged. This time, their reactions were surprisingly consistent. However, Brooke's problem was simply ignored. You woman, you will definitely go to hell. Chapter 191 What kind of cat and dog dare to provoke? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sunshine was shrouded in bubbles, surrounded by beautiful sea water. Everyone looked at everything around them with intoxication. Su Yi is also rarely relaxed. It is good to have a partner by your side. Although these guys are sometimes not very reliable, they will definitely not die if they die. Speaking of which, you may have to prepare yourself a little bit. Looking at the crowd immersed in joy and carefreeness, Su Yi suddenly said. Everyone looked at Su Yi, not knowing what he meant. Su Yi said, in the past 2 years, I have played against Kizaru many times, so when I see him, he will definitely catch up. That is to say, even if we run to the Fishman Island, he will be the same. We'll catch up. Nami felt that he suddenly fell from heaven to hell, and his whole person was not well. And Usopp, Chopper, and Brook feel the same way. And Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are eager to try. Don't worry, everyone, I'm very strong now. Frankie posed there and said. Although it may not be able to defeat an enemy of Admiral's level, it is still very reliable to ensure the safety of the weak in the team. When the time comes, you guys will just follow me. Frankie, you are so nice. Nami and the others immediately came to Frankie's side, tears streaming down their faces. Sack for beans. Usopp, haven't you become very strong? Why did you join our weak trio? Nami suddenly kicked Usopp away. Ho 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 ho, it looks like I'm also a member of the weak team in the future. Brook took the opportunity to get close to Chopper. Usopp suddenly became sullen. Really, it was discovered. Yes, this uncle is also a strong man now. I will not mix with you in the future, I will mix with Luffy and the others. Su Yi knew the reason for Usopp's strength and smiled. Usopp, what have you been through in the past 2 years? He wondered how Usopp had awakened wax fruit. Sanji's transparent fruit awakening is understandable. Although there is no female bathhouse in the Shemale Kingdom, in order to avoid the Shemales who are always there, he must use the ability of the transparent fruit to the best of his ability to awaken. Usopp should not be the kind of person who needs to use the ability all the time, and he should be more inclined to develop the fruit rather than use the fruit frequently. Usopp recalls his experience in the Boeing Islands. Advertisement. It's really indescribable. Back then, Usopp found a lot of food in the Boeing Islands. These foods are all grown directly from the ground and can be said to be inexhaustible. And he also became a fat man because of it. However, he was not eaten by the Boeing Islands because of this, but flexibly used the ability of wax fruit to use candles instead of his body to move. Afterwards, Hercules started a 1.5-year battle of wits and courage with him in order to make him lose weight. During this period, he continued to gain weight and became more proficient with wax fruit. It can be said that he almost died of fat. However, his wax fruit awakened just before he completely turned into a meatball. The ground turned into wax oil, and any creature that stepped on it would sink into it as if it had entered a swamp. The point is, he can't control his awakened ability at all. So much so that the part of the area responsible for producing food on the Boeing Islands, as well as the food on it, was melted into wax oil by him. At the same time, his physical strength was also rapidly consumed. In order to control his sudden awakening ability, he spent a lot of effort. When he came to his senses, all the food to eat was gone. No food, plus fruit awakening, requires a lot of energy. His weight dropped rapidly. In just half a year, he returned to his normal body shape directly. These experiences are full of blood and tears. Don't mention it, he waved his hand and swallowed the depression in his chest. However, my ability can't be activated here, it will damage the sunshine. Usopp patted the wood on the side of the boat with a look of love on his face. Suddenly, Su Yi looked at the sea in the distance. What happened? Zoro asked subconsciously when he saw Su Yi's abnormality. Among the people here, Su Yi's vision is the furthest. If he perceives any danger, it means that the danger is still far away. Nothing. Su Yi looked away. Oh, look out, it's a whale. Advertisement. Laboon. No, it's Uncle Whitebeard. Outside the sunshine, a few whales swam. Luffy and Brook were instantly excited. One is to regard it as a laboon that he has not seen in 50 years. One is to see one of the white whales as Whitebeard's pirate ship. Usopp is holding a telescope and carefully observing the surrounding sea water. He is not as carefree as others. In such deep sea water, once something goes wrong, it can be fatal. Huh, what is that? He suddenly saw a dark shadow appear in the distance at 6 o'clock. Immediately, he sensed something. It seems to be a pirate ship. It uses sea beasts to pull the hull, and there are many people on it. Su Yi glanced at Usopp. It seems that this guy has also awakened his sense of sight, and after training, he has become very far away. Even Luffy and the others didn't notice that a ship was approaching at this time. And when the ship went to sea just now, he actually felt it, but he didn't care. Unexpectedly, now the ship is catching up. And listening to the voices of the people above, the target seems to be them. In my mind, a name suddenly appeared. Captain of the Grieve Pirates, Wet Hair, Capri. Marsh Fruit ability, Super Rookie. Really, any cat or dog can come to provoke. It seems that the world has really changed. Su Yi sighed, the killing intent in his heart flashed away. In the distance, on the Griff pirate ship. Are you ready, little ones? Shouted a wretched-looking man in long-sleeved clothes and a long tongue. It's all right, big brother. 35. Ready. Pirate minions Kaido. Caribou licked his lips with his tongue. The goal is right in front of you. It's very simple to destroy their ship and bury them all at the bottom of the sea. Advertisement. But you can't do that. Because then no one will know who did it. Only by cutting off their heads and taking them back, can the world know that I, Caribou, are here. The pirates immediately shouted excitedly. Yes. Cut off 500 million heads of Straw Hat. That 1.1 billion head named Su Yi is the most valuable. Ha ha ha, we're going to be famous. No, it should be about getting rich. I got Zhao. Seeing that his emotions were almost over, Caribou continued to shout. They're totally unprepared for a fight. It's a great surprise attack, but you can't screw it up, little ones. Yes. The Gref pirate ship was pulled forward by a manatee, which was the main reason why they were able to catch up with the sunshine when they set off later. At this time, the pirates drove the manatee, and the manatee suddenly accelerated the swimming speed. The Griff pirate ship rammed straight into the sunshine. At this time, chirp. Suddenly, the stern of the sunshine split apart, revealing a torpedo launcher. Puff puff. 10 torpedoes collided with the ship of the Grieve pirates in the sea. The pirate ship suddenly burst open. The pirates inside all entered the sea. In this 1,000-meter deep seabed, when it floated to the surface, it must have been one after another of corpses. Caribou looked terrified and shocked, struggling desperately. But soon lost consciousness. Before he finally lost consciousness, he felt that he had been rescued. Saved. Chapter 192. After scooping the wool, kill the sheep again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. PFF'd. When Caribou woke up, he was rescued. Lying on the grassy grass and spitting out a mouthful of sea water, he was pulled back from hell. At that moment, Caribou felt as if he saw a flower field. Almost died. In an instant, he entered the dark and cold sea water, and the huge water pressure made him suffocate and pass out. That kind of terrifying feeling, he never wanted to experience it a second time in his life. I recall the last scene in my mind. He and others were about to attack Straw Hat crew, but were suddenly hit by a torpedo from the sunshine. The pirate ship disintegrated and everyone entered the deep sea. Of course, he doesn't care what the other pirates do. But his brother is still inside. Quote. He suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Immediately, a familiar but unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. After seeing Luffy's iconic straw hat, Caribou finally understood that he was saved by Straw Hat crew. Really, it seems that it really takes no effort to break through the iron shoes and find nowhere, and it is so easy to infiltrate the Straw Hat crew's pirate ship. Caribou was proud of himself, and immediately prepared to activate his marsh fruit ability to absorb everyone from Straw Hat crew into his body. Marsh fruit is Logia devil fruit, one of its characteristics is that it has a huge body space, which can store a large number of objects in its body. And his purpose is also very simple, that is, to absorb all the members of the Straw Hat 127 group into his body, and then hand them over to Marines people after they go out. At that time, when the bounty is obtained, and his prestige is also obtained, it is simply killing two birds with one stone. This guy looks like he's going to fight us, Luffy looked at Caribou. Having experienced many battles, he naturally felt the malice emanating from Caribou. Immediately, without saying a word, he clenched his fist, and after covering it with armed color, he directly punched the opponent. Boom. Advertisement. Caribou suddenly felt the world spinning. What happened? Logia herself actually felt the pain. Caribou's heart was very puzzled. But what followed was a flurry of punches and kicks. That's the guy who wants to destroy our ship, isn't it? 35. You want our heads, right? It doesn't matter if you attack me, you know there are Miss Nami and Miss Robin on board, you are so brave. Get out of the way and let me chop him. 35. Zoro, stop and let me punch two more. Caribou's body curled up, the whole person was covered. He, who has always regarded Logia as invincible, has been subjected to successive physical attacks at this moment. Stay away. Don't kill him, his ability is a good thing. 35. In the end, it was Suyi who came forward and stopped everyone's beach violence. Caribou looked at the sudden appearance of the savior with grateful eyes, but soon realized that something was wrong. The other party was actually putting himself into a wooden barrel. What are you doing? He shouted. A kind smile appeared on Suyi's face. Don't be nervous, I just want to throw you back into the sea. 35. No, stop. Caribou looked at Suyi with despair, and watched himself tied up. He wanted to resist, but Suyi's strength was so terrifying that he could be pressed to the ground with one finger. Then, he was abruptly stuffed into the barrel. Then, Suyi directly nailed the wooden barrel and clapped his hands. Then thrown into the sea. You know, now this has reached the bottom of the sea several thousand meters deep. Terrifying water pressure, terrifying sea kings, can be described as perilous. Everyone in the Straw Hat crew looked at Suyi with a monster look. Whether it was scary or Suyi was scary, they just taught them a lesson, they didn't expect to kill anyone at all. And Suyi not only took the opponent's fruit ability, but also threw the opponent into the sea. Advertisement. This is simply the same as killing the sheep and eating meat after the wool has been smashed. Suyi, you rescued him just now. Usopp reminds him. Ah, yeah, Suyi grinned. Now it's more than 2,000 meters deep in the sea. 33 Frankie also reminds Suyi. Ah, I know. Suyi still smiled. Everyone. The next journey was relatively smooth, since Suyi had already eliminated obstacles in advance 2 years ago. There is neither a ghost ship here nor the guys from the new Murloc pirates to find fault. Except for some large sea kings, there is hardly the slightest wave. And in the darkest sea bottom, Suyi suddenly heard someone talking. Hey, there seems to be a lot of humans on that ship. Yes, but they are not easy to mess with, the breath they exudes is terrible. Yes, who is talking? Suyi's hair stood up all over his body. Could it be that there really is a ghost at the bottom of the deep sea? Chopper and the others looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Nobody's talking. Da. Luffy's teeth were constantly fighting, and it was similar to Suyi's, his whole body was chilled. Looking terrified. You heard that too, Suyi. Suyi nodded. Something is talking in the sea, he said. Chopper, Usopp, and Nami suddenly changed their faces. Hey, we are timid, don't scare us. Brook, the skeleton man, also stood up at this time to show his sense of existence, undersea ghost. It's so scary. Crack. 95. Nami gave him a slap. You are the most incapable of talking like that. Advertisement. Yeah, I seem to have been overheard. Still stop talking. 9. In the distance, in the sea, those few voices gradually disappeared. Suyi rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. To be honest, he has a deep sea phobia. Especially in this deep sea, where the surroundings are so dark that you can't see anything. There are still people talking. Of course, Now that he had guessed it, the speaker was probably the Sea Kings. And he should also have some kind of ability to hear the voice of all things. But knowing is one thing, fearing is another. When he came for the first time, there was no such terrible experience. At that time, it was just some terrifying sea monsters harassing them, and those sea monsters could not speak at all. When I think of myself and others being watched by deep-sea creatures with similar intelligence to humans, Su Yi felt cold all over. Afterwards, the sunshine never encountered any major problems. It came to the root of the sun tree Eve smoothly. Speaking of which, the root of the sun tree Eve is on the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island is in a hole just below the red line. Directly above is the Holy Land Mariajoy. So is it possible to think like this? Sun tree Eve grew up somewhere in the Holy Land, its roots penetrated the red line, penetrated deep into the dark seabed, and grew to the vicinity of the Fishmen Island. Because the part of the canopy is above the red line, which is higher than the clouds and gets the most sunlight. Therefore, a large amount of sunlight energy can be transported to the seabed and become the light source of the Fishmen Island. This is just Su Yi's guess, but the last time he went to the Holy Land, he didn't find Yangshu Eve. It is also possible that the sun tree Eve is actually in the ancient city of Pan, or even among the flowers where Yimu is. Oh ho, it's really spectacular. Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the magical sight in front of him. Others also lay on the side of the ship, watching this magical underwater wonder. They really got to the bottom of the sea because there was white sand underneath. Chapter 193 Sanji's All Blue. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under the roots of the sun tree Eve in the distance, a huge bubble slowly floats in the sea water. Inside the bubble is the land and the sea. It is an island. The Fishmen Island. Finally here, the Fishmen Island. Nami stood on the side of the boat, arms on his hips, smiling. My dream, here I come. Sanji was in a state of excitement. Chopper on the side was worried that he would suddenly spit out a nosebleed, and he had always prepared a blood bag in his hand to give him a blood transfusion. Oh Fishmen, I'm really looking forward to it. Usopp also looked at the Fishmen Island with a smile. Su Yi was speechless, saying, Kaya really won't be angry when she finds out. Zoro and Brook also looked in the direction of the Fishmen Island. I don't know if I can see Miss Murlock's panties. Ah, Murlocs probably don't wear panties, what a mistake. Brook muttered to himself there, and then became full of resentment. Robin is thoughtful, I don't know if the Fishmen Island has a historical text. Frankie was at the rudder at this time. Everyone, stand firm, we are about to enter the range of the Fishmen Island. The wind is coming. Boom. The sunshine flew out, and at the same time the air in the coating was quickly consumed. When the air was almost exhausted, the sunshine finally entered the bubble of the Fishmen Island. At the same time, it landed on a sea. It's incredible that there are sky and ocean here. After the sunshine landed on the Fishmen Island, everyone saw the blue sky, the sea, and the bright sunshine. Only, there is no sun here. As someone who has been here once, Su Yi still feels fresh to see the Fishmen Island again. Sun, sand, mermaid. At the same time, there is also the pirate flag hanging on the roof of the iconic building, the pirate flag of the Big Mom Pirates. Originally, this was supposed to be Whitebeard's site. But now, Whitebeard is dead. Advertisement. Speaking of which, it was the Fishmen Island that got the light of the Big Mom Pirates. Otherwise, what they see now is not such a harmonious the Fishmen Island, but a scene of burns and looting by pirates. Even if Luffy and the others can fight and drive away this wave of pirates, there will still be the next wave of pirates. They can't stay here forever, guarding the Fishmen Island. So, this shows the role of reputation. The reputation of the four emperors is definitely the best in the world. Of course, the Fishmen Island actually has another method, that is, self-help. Or as Su Yi once thought, the Fishmen Island builds its own troops, and if there are foreign invaders, they will directly use their own strength to resist. Fishmen are born with 10 times the arm strength of human beings, and at the same time the Fishmen Island is in the deep sea. This place has a natural geographical advantage, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At the same time, Murlocs can also tame some huge sea kings as pets. It can be said that it has the most powerful force in the world, and it can even be compared with the giants. The Fishman Island has a population of 5 million, so it is not difficult to recruit some troops. There is even a large group of street gangsters on Fishman Street. These people have fought since childhood. It can be said that they are the seeds of the survival of the fittest, and because they have nothing to do, the only way out for them when they grow up is to continue to be hooligans, or even be the sea thief. However, King Neptune and other royal families are high above the ground, and they can't see that there are still a group of sturdy Murlocs in Murloc Street that can be used as troops. Or they have seen it, but are disdainful to use these people. This kind of king, to be honest, Su Yi doesn't like it. Therefore, he has no plans to help Neptune either. Soon after, everyone in the straw hats saw the scene they dreamed of. Sanji, hold on, don't spit blood anymore. Chopper grabbed Sanji's shoulders, shaking him, who was already sluggish. I won't fall down here, before I meet the mermaid princess. Sanji miraculously held on. He burst into tears. This is my all blue. The mermaids in the water were a little surprised when they saw the pirate ship that suddenly appeared. But not too surprised. One of them boldly stepped forward and said, "Several little brothers, this is the territory of the 4 emperors' Big Mom. You can't loot here, or you will anger Big Mom." Advertisement. Big Mom. Luffy Akimbo. Never heard the name. It's the great pirate who was as famous as Shanks, Su Yi reminded. Suga is a pirate as powerful as Shanks, you can search to death. Luffy slapped the fist, an expression like that. Everyone else looked at the ant's flag, and deeply imprinted the logo on it in their hearts. Ah, this little brother, why are you crying? A mermaid took Sanji's hand and brought him into the water very gently. Sanji immediately happily played with the fish people. The others also jumped into the water to play at this time. Only Luffy watched unhappily from the shore. It's so good, I really envy you guys being able to swim. Chopper was studying the plants of the Fishman Island and collected some to take back for research. After a while, a fish suddenly floated over the heads of the crowd. A few mermen descended from above. Ah, the princes in the Dragon Palace. The mermaids immediately recognized the identities of several mermaids, and they all looked at each other with the eyes of handsome guys. Sanji looked at the merman with some displeasure. You are the people who sneaked in. The great Prince Shaoxing held several wanted notices in his hand, and compared them with the people in front of them one by one. For flowers. Even Sanji was startled by the speed of eating, thinking that Luffy was following him. By the way, ask for a copy of the Fishman Island's menu, and then you can learn to cook for everyone. Luffy became interested as soon as he heard Jinbei's name. Su Yi thought, ran to the sunshine and brought out some Baileys. He is waiting for you in the forest of the sea. Sanji muttered to himself. Yoshi, then buy more. After 2 years, your stomach must have become a bottomless pit again. After speaking, he left with the other 2. What a rudeness. Although ALLBLUE is also very important, I am also responsible for the meals of my friends. This is my responsibility. It almost caused a catastrophe. Advertisement. Yoshi, then go directly to the forest of the sea. Sanji immediately went to buy food in high spirits. What Sanji didn't know was that Su Yi's current physique was far beyond what normal people could understand. Sanji also recovered from her beauty. The bored Luffy saw that he was suddenly having fun, so he jumped up and started a self-introduction. Then the supplies on board need to be prepared in advance. Even if he occasionally buys supplies in the Sabayati Islands, and encounters Kizaru who is squatting there, he has not shown his full strength. Speaking of which, we haven't eaten your meal yet, Su Yi said. Jinbei. After the awakening of the sword wolf fruit, he practiced on an uninhabited desert island for more than a year. Ah, almost forgot. I've wanted to meet him for a long time, and let him be my partner. Ah, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's going to be One Piece. While saying goodbye to the mermaids, Sanji put on dry clothes and went shopping with Su Yi. Although they have reunited, Sanji hasn't cooked yet. Anyway, I'm talking about filling my stomach first. Su Yi touched his stomach, not planning to go with Luffy. Luffy is going to the forest of the sea alone, and Robin is willing to accompany him. Raising Bailey in his hand, he shouted to Sanji in the distance. Sanji, aren't you going to buy the supplies on board? And here is the deep sea. The scope of hearing and hearing is limited, and he doesn't know whether Kizaru has already chased after him. Su Yi eats while walking. No one knows what happened to him in the past year or so. From the map, it is very likely that there is a historical text there. Shark Star looked at Luffy. There can be no mistake, it's you. Boss Jinbei asked me to bring you a sentence. He really almost forgot. Admiral is likely to kill the Fishmen Island, if he needs to escape urgently. Chapter 194 Meet Shirahoshi again, the petrified Sanji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Su Yi's current physique can refer to Luffy, or even the Four Emperors. The energy he eats will be stored in an extremely efficient way. And if he continuously consumes a lot of physical strength for a long time, he will quickly become thin. Therefore, on weekdays, you need to store more energy. Hey, you have eaten 100,000 Bailey's food, is it really okay? Sanji walked around and only spent 50,000 Baileys to buy ingredients, but Su Yi already ate 100,000 Baileys. Ah, feel steady, you will hate to hide at the door. Su Yi's mouth was bulging, and his speech was also vague, making it impossible to hear at all. But Sanji miraculously understood. He covered his forehead. It's not about money or money, you eat so much, your body. Ah, forget it, anyway, just treat you as a monster like Luffy, I understand. He felt that his hand might suffer, but there was another bottomless existence on the boat. But that guy Luffy devoured and even spoiled his cooking a little bit, meaning, 127. But Su Yi is the kind of person who chew slowly and taste the taste of food. Of course, Su Yi's chew slowly is only relative to Luffy's level of eating a table of food in one bite. One trip is not enough, you can come again, I will help you carry your things back. Su Yi picked up Sanji's package and was eating a pile of food in the other hand. Then Pai Dian ran back to the sunshine, and Pai Dian ran back. When he ran back, the food in his hand had been eaten up. Sanji, sooner or later we will be poor by you. 5 minutes later. No, I've bought enough, and if I buy it, it won't fit on the boat. Sanji is arguing with Su Yi about something. Buy it, eat more oysters is good for your body. However, this oyster is too big. I saw that Su Yi and Sanji were arguing over a giant oyster. Advertisement. This oyster is the size of a house, although the flesh inside may be a little older. But under Sanji's hands, nothing is delicious. Boss, how much is this oyster? We bought it. Su Yi ignored Sanji, but took out a stack of Baileys on his own, ready to buy this oyster. The boss also has a good look. Seeing that Su Yi clearly intends to buy it, he immediately quoted the price. Guests, you also know that it is difficult for this oyster to grow to such a large size, and oysters are only suitable for growing in shallow seas, so they can only be cultivated separately on the Fishmen Island, so the price of such a big one may be higher. What about money and not money? Su Yi slaps a stack of Baileys on the table. Why did he fight so hard to steal so much treasure from the Holy Land Mariajoy? To put it bluntly, so many rare treasures in the Mariajoy Celestial Dragon's family were only obtained by looting the people's fat. And he called it, take from the people and use it for the people. Soon, the house-sized oysters were bought by Su Yi for 150,000 Baileys. I hope not to be eaten by Luffy, or you will lose a lot of money. Su Yi himself felt a little distressed. You are ashamed to say that whether it is high-end ingredients or low-end ingredients, in Luffy's mouth, it's just a matter of one bite, no matter how expensive it is, it's just a waste. Sanji shouted from the side. Fruit. By the way, there is still fruit, you must not forget it. Su Yi thought of something and suddenly said. It's too late to count on you foodie, I've already bought it. Sanji said. Two people carrying large and small packages on their way back. The passers-by have already taken aback to the two guys, and even greeted them enthusiastically. The two of them alone have driven the consumption of the entire street. At this time, in the sky, a clothed shark flew by. Su Yi raised his head. This guy, did he sneak out anyway? At this moment, Su Yi knew the shark in the sky. It is the pet kept by the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. At this time, Shirahoshi was hiding in the belly of the shark and was planning to go out. Because it was in the belly of the shark, Suyi could only hear the shark's voice before, but could not detect the existence of Shirahoshi. In other words, Shirahoshi's voice was actually blocked by the shark. Advertisement. But just now, the shark seemed to open its mouth a little, leaking a hint of Shirahoshi's breath. Only then did Suyi realize the existence of Shirahoshi. At this time, Shirahoshi was in the sky, overlooking the earth. This is the Fishmen Island, her city, but because weapons have been flying to her place all these years. So she had to live in a solid room all the time and couldn't go out. Suyi solved this problem 2 years ago. But Shirahoshi's father, Neptune, was still afraid to let his daughter go out. After all, what if another weapon comes flying? And Neptune naturally refused to believe Shirahoshi's side words. Shirahoshi refused to let her out even if Shirahoshi broke his tongue. Now, so much so that Shirahoshi can only sneak out on his own. Ah, it's Suyi-sama. Seeing Suyi below, Shirahoshi exclaimed in surprise. And when she made such a sound, the shark couldn't help it. Almost spit out Shirahoshi. Below, Suyi pointed in the direction of the forest of the sea. The meaning is already obvious, meet in the direction of the forest of the sea. Sanji on the side also felt something. Looking up at the sky, speaking of which, there are sharks that can fly in the sky. He did not discover the existence of the mermaid princess. After the two returned to the boat and put their things down, Suyi was ready to go to the forest of the sea. And for some unknown reason, Sanji followed Suyi's side. Suyi gave him a deep look. Is it fate? Or fate? Suyi doesn't know, but Sanji is probably doomed today. At this moment, Sanji had no idea that he was about to meet the legendary mermaid princess. The two came all the way to the forest of the sea. Advertisement. This is the shark just now. Sanji saw the shark that flew by the sky just now, I don't know why, but at this moment. The shark suddenly opened his mouth wide, with an uncomfortable expression on his face, as if he wanted to vomit. Did it eat a bad stomach? Why is this expression? At this moment, Sanji suddenly saw that a person was spat out from the shark's stomach. To be precise, it is a very large mermaid. This. Sanji was completely sluggish. Shirahoshi's perfect body, angel-like appearance, and the image of a mermaid. All show that she is the legendary mermaid princess. Sanji, hold on. Suyi looked at Sanji worriedly. God, how poor my imagination is, I am trying to guess the beauty of the mermaid princess, I am really over my own power, or a frog in the bottom of the well. 35. Sanji's nose was about to move, and suddenly, his eyes bulged and became heart-shaped, and the whole person instantly turned into a stone statue. Petrified. Suyi originally thought that Sanji would not petrify, but would spurt blood. After all, this is the first time I have seen a person become petrified because of abilities other than sweet fruit. 4.9 inches, you are such a miraculous creature, Suyi complained as she looked at Sanji, who was caught in petrification. Let Chopper come and take a look. No, I guess Chopper can't understand your illness, so let's let you recover. Suyi reluctantly covered his forehead, looking like he had a headache. After Shirahoshi was spat out by the shark at this time, when he saw Suyi, his eyes suddenly lit up. Master Suyi, you are finally here, are you here to take me out to sea? Looking at Shirahoshi's earnest eyes, Suyi digs his ears and ruthlessly rejects the other party. No, I just passed by here, and your body is too big, our boat can't hold you at all. Click. 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 Suddenly, the petrified Sanji was suddenly released from the petrified state. Immediately afterwards, both hands tightly grabbed Suyi's neck. You brat, how can you know the mermaid princess, and the other party is so pitiful to ask you that you rejected the other party so cruelly, you are too hard-hearted. Chapter 195, Shocking the Fishmen for 100 years. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hello, I'm not hard-hearted. If you ask our captain, he will probably give the same answer, right? As Suyi, who is familiar with Luffy, he naturally understands Luffy's demands. Although Luffy will likely agree to let Shirahoshi on board. But Shirahoshi's size is too big, and the food intake must be very amazing. It would be similar to let her on the giant ship, but the sunshine really couldn't hold her. Sanji can only be speechless and choked. Shirahoshi hung his head in disappointment. But then, she looked into the distance again. The purpose of her visit to the forest of the sea this time was to visit her mother, whom she had not seen for many years. The one who has passed away, the Murloc princess. Because she has never been out since she was a child, she has not even seen her mother's tombstone in all these years. This time he sneaked out just to secretly worship his mother. The so-called hearers shed tears, and the experience of the Murloc princess is another inspiring story. However, Su Yi himself is not very cold about it. A princess who always wants to curry favor with celestial dragons and want the Fishmen Island to join the world government, he can't say that the other party is doing something wrong. He just started from his personal feelings and simply didn't like each other. 14. However, the efforts of the Murloc princess were not in vain. She was able to use her actions to influence a celestial dragons, which was already quite an impressive achievement. Yo, Sanji, Su Yi, why are you two here, damn it? What's going on with this big guy? Luffy and another figure came out from the depths of the sea forest at this time. Needless to say, that other figure is Jinbei. This is the original Shichibukai, Hexia Jinbei. Sanji hasn't seen Jinbei in person yet. And Jinbei was shocked and surprised after seeing Princess Shirahoshi. Your Highness Princess, why did you come out? Advertisement. After another explanation, Jinbei took a deep look at Su Yi, then bowed to him and thanked him. Thank you for your help. Without your help, it is estimated that Shirahoshi would not be able to get out of his room in this life. Then, he glanced at the tombstone of the Murloc princess. What a poor boy, he murmured to himself. Oh, by the way, Jinbei doesn't plan to get on our ship yet. He said he has his own business to solve, Luffy said to Su Yi and the two. Hey, let's go have a meal at the Fishman Island, I'm hungry. Luffy clutched his stomach, and his stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Sanji originally wanted to say that he and Su Yi had already eaten, but Su Yi agreed decisively. It is good. Hey, didn't you just eat it? Sanji was shocked all of a sudden. Su Yi laughed. That was only the first half, now it's the second half. The cigarette butts in Sanji's mouth fell out, he was completely convinced. This guy Luffy is already a big eater who can eat 5 meals a day, 1 meal can eat everyone's food. Now Su Yi has appeared again. Jinbei picked up the cigarette butts on the ground. Don't litter anywhere, this is the sacred forest of the sea. 35. I'm sorry, Sanji apologized, took the cigarette butt and put it in his pocket. By the way, where's Robin-san? Sanji suddenly realized that Robin wasn't here. By the way, didn't Robin follow Luffy, why is he gone now? Oh, she said she had something to see, so we separated, it's okay, she's not Zoro, she won't get lost, let's go eat first, eat and eat, Luffy grinned, then clamored to eat. So everyone set off to eat. Jinbei stayed to take care of Shirahoshi, lest something go wrong with her. Not long after, Robin had also finished reading the historical text in the Forest of the Sea. However, this is not a historical record, but an apology from a man named Joy Boy. In short, record it first, and then tell your companions when you go back. Advertisement. Robin printed the content and returned to the sunshine. The Straw Hat crew was eating at a restaurant on the Fishman Island at this time. Luffy and Su Yi are the main force of eating. Luffy is the whole type, Su Yi is the chewing type. Su Yi's speed saving is still not as good as Luffy's, and he is resigned to the disadvantage at this point. The owner of the restaurant looked at the two people who were in the wind and the clouds were stunned. Words could no longer describe his mood at this time. From the opening of the restaurant to the present, he has never seen any storms. But he had never seen the wind and waves in front of him. Wait, shouldn't these guys come to eat Bawang's meal? Suddenly, a terrible thought arose in the mind of the restaurant owner. Then, he looked at Luffy and Su Yi again, and his eyes became a little bad. According to the eating method of these two people, this is to eat all the amount of the restaurant for a month. If they really eat Bawang meal, then it is equivalent to losing a month's money. Then, the two of you, can you settle the money? The restaurant owner finally walked up to the table with the cheeks. Although this was an unethical behavior, he really had no idea in his heart, and he didn't dare to be vague about whether his restaurant would go bankrupt. Give you. Su Yi placed a stack of Baileys on the table with the speed of thunder and tinkling bells. Then, the boss counted carefully. 1,000,000 Baileys. 99. What? Not enough. Su Yi stopped and looked at the boss with bad eyes. That expression seems to be saying, I'm good at math, don't cheat on me. The boss waved his hand immediately. Enough, it's really enough. The two of you can eat whatever you want. Ha, ha ha. Next, I don't know if it is because I have stayed on a ship for a long time and have a good heart. Others also came to this restaurant one after another. The two who saw the wind and the clouds. Advertisement. Nami felt that his heart was bleeding, but when he thought of so many treasures on the ship, it suddenly became cloudy and sunny again. As a result, she also rarely asked for some expensive food for herself. When everyone came in, Su Yi and Luffy were still eating. When everyone else was full, the two were still eating. Hey, I said you two are going to eat here forever, right? Nami finally couldn't take it anymore, said. I can stop. Su Yi stopped, and wiped his mouth very politely. Of course, if he ignored the pile of dishes beside him, he was really gentle. At this time, his figure had gained a lot of weight without knowing it, and the whole person had become a lot rounder. Look at Luffy next to him, his stomach has turned into a ball. Apparently, although Su Yi lost to Luffy in the speed of eating, he undoubtedly won the first place in the speed of digestion. And Luffy, sweating profusely, looked at Su Yi's unchanged belly, and was stunned. Then he refused to admit defeat and ate all the things on the table in one bite. Well, the two of you ate a total of 1,238,790 Baileys for this meal. The boss came out again at this time. Nani. These two guys ate 1,000,000 Baileys in one meal. Nami suddenly turned into a state of sharp teeth, and the whole person went crazy. It's better to buy the ingredients and let Sanji make them, which can save hundreds of thousands of Baileys. Then, Nami burst into tears. My god, even if there are billions of Baileys, you don't spend it like this, sooner or later I will become a pauper. At this time, a lot of onlookers had gathered at the entrance of the restaurant. Because, not only this restaurant, but in fact the ingredients of the restaurants in the whole street have been bought. Luffy and Su Yi directly ate half a year's worth of all the restaurants in the entire street. Now the ingredients in the warehouse have been exhausted, and all restaurants have to temporarily close their doors to purchase ingredients. Is this a pirate? It's really scary. Humans eat as much as whales. 35. Could it be that the key to human domination of the land is because they can eat? Chapter 196 Su Yi vs Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Soga. This is it. 39. After eating, Robin began to tell about his experience in the forest of the sea. There she found an apology. It was written by a man named Joey Boy. The general content is that more than 800 years ago, Joey Boy promised one thing to the mermaid princess at that time, but it was not completed later, so he left a note of apology. Su Yi on the side fell into contemplation. To get to Raftel, you need 4 special historical texts of road signs, and the intersection of these 4 road signs is where Raftel is located. And the Fishmen Island should have a red road sign with the historical text, but now it has disappeared. Then, even if you find the 3 historical texts of Kaido, Ant, and Wano-kuni, you can't go to Raftel. This guy named Joey Boy is from 800 years ago. Nami asked curiously. Robin nodded. Well, 99. She paused and looked around. After discovering that no one was nearby, he lowered his voice and said, according to the content of the extremely fast historical texts I found earlier, there used to be 3 kinds of ancient weapons in this world, namely Uranus, Poseidon and Pluton. Pluton's location is recorded on the Alabasta historical text, and Poseidon's location is recorded on Sky Island. Poseidon is actually the mermaid princess itself. Every few hundred years, a mermaid princess who can control the sea kings will be born. This is quite a terrifying power, so it is called Poseidon. 35. 0. So, I guess that the mermaid princess who lived in the same era as Joey Boy should also be a Poseidon, and she helped Joey Boy on the condition that Joey Boy also helped her with one thing, but later Joey Boy didn't do it, so he wrote the apology. Everyone was surprised. However, this is just my guess after all. If my guess is true, then this Joey boy was definitely not a simple figure in the blank 100-year history 800 years ago. Usopp nodded. Ah, someone who can master ancient weapon Poseidon is definitely not easy. But what does this have to do with the Raftel we're looking for? Hearing this, Robin pondered. I think Raftel should be related to the 100 years that disappeared, so if we find more historical texts like this, it is estimated that it will be helpful for us to find Raftel. The exchange of information ended. After everyone rested for a while, they were ready to leave the Fishman Island. Advertisement. Where's Su Yi? Suddenly, everyone found out that Su Yi disappeared without knowing when. Luffy, who was eating, smiled and said, he said he went for a walk and would be back in a while. 99. Hey, Kizaru is chasing after him. Going for a walk at this time. This guy is really out of tune. He is obviously the most reliable person on our ship. On the edge of the Fishman Island, Su Yi watched the marine warship approaching outside the huge bubble, arms folded. The warship was also coated with a layer of film, and slowly entered the range of the Fishman Island. At the bow of the ship, a figure that was very familiar to Su Yi stood there. Yellow striped suit, brown sunglasses, slouchy look. Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru. Yo, isn't this Su Yi? It's been a long time. Kizaru turned into a yellow light and appeared not far in front of Su Yi. Now that the warship is no longer in the sea, he can easily turn into a beam of light and pass through the sea. Su Yi looked at Kizaru with a light smile. My partner is going to the new world, and before that, of course the annoying flies have to be removed. 35. The leisurely look on Kizaru's face disappeared. Do you know who you're talking to? The smile on Su Yi's face continued. Did you forget what happened to Sakazuki? Kizaru said. In the Summit War, Sakazuki did lose to you, but before he fought you, he fought with countless pirates, and your runaway state should pay a great price, right? 9. If I remember correctly, Zone would be immobile and unconscious after the runaway. At this point, he pointed to the warship behind him. There are 5 vice admiral in the warship behind me. Even if you defeat me, they can help me deal with the rest. It seems that you are thinking quite well. Su Yi's expression became serious. Quote. Before Kizaru's voice could finish, his body flashed to Su Yi's side, and a leg that turned into a yellow light kicked Su Yi's head. Nature. Advertisement. Boom. Su Yi's figure flew out, smashed several huge rocks, and disappeared into the rock mountain. Really, a mere pirate is so arrogant. Kizaru regained his lazy expression, watching where Su Yi disappeared. Slamla. Su Yi walked out of the ruins very embarrassed. However, there was no injury on his body, just a little more dust. Really, I was careless. I knew that I would go all out as soon as I came up. His stature suddenly began to swell, gradually turning into a half-orc form. You're really scary looking like this, no matter how many times you look at it. 55. Kizaru looked at the transformed Su Yi with a hint of surprise on his face, and he didn't know if he was doing this on purpose or was really surprised. Kizaru found that Su Yi's strength is really not small. If he is not a little serious, he really can't compare to him. It seems that if you want to get rid of you have to be more serious. 39. Don't be careless, this pirate is a man with a reward of 1.3 billion. The lightsaber and Su Yi's fist blade slashed together, making a crisp sound. Neither of them were serious, they just tentatively fought the blade for a while. Clang. Kizaru's sunglasses flickered. Soga, it seems that I have to take it seriously. The smile on Su Yi's face did not change, and he still looked at ease. Don't think that I ran away a few times before, just think that I'm afraid of you, I just don't want to fight you. Now Kizaru is no longer lazy and calm as it was at the beginning. And this is the role he least wants to think of. Clang. Kizaru condensed a lightsaber with a beam of light, and then covered the lightsaber with a layer of armed color. Advertisement. Su Yi's bounty has increased from 1.1 billion 2 years ago to 1.33 billion Bailey. It's amazing. I've never seen a few pirates who can fight like that with Mr. Kizaru. 35. In the distance, on the warship that had just entered the sea of the Fishman Island, Vice Admiral and Marine who were watching the battle were all surprised. Su Yi chuckled. I am Zone's ability no matter what, it is normal for me to be stronger. 39. Su Yi's right fist covered his armed color, jumped suddenly, and punched Kizaru hard. Tiankong Cloud Sword. A marine holds Su Yi's wanted order, which is a new wanted, Jiao order that has just been released in recent months. Clang. Kizaru took back the Amakusa Cloud Sword. Obviously, Su Yi's heart attack tactics worked. Cut. Clang. Listening to his tone, he obviously suffered from Su Yi's loss in this regard. Quote. After fighting for a while, Kizaru and Su Yi separated. Kizaru spat in annoyance, and when he talked about the teacher, he reminded him of a certain man. And he closed his nasty mouth. Really? A simple lightsaber can't stop your armament, you are really difficult to deal with. Kizaru's face showed a slightly unhappy look. There was a hint of mockery on Su Yi's face. It's all the result of you relying too much on your own abilities. Didn't your teacher teach you not to rely too much on Devil Fruit's abilities, or you might suffer a loss? 39. You have a lot of strength. Clang. The flying squirrel vice admiral walked in front of the crowd and put one hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist. Look carefully, this is a battle between the strong, and it will give you a lot of insight. Chapter 197. A knife to open the sky. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru's body suddenly turned into a yellow light, shining like a star. He slowly raised his leg and pointed the direction of the soul to Su Yi's body. King of Light. Cannon. 39. His leg suddenly turned into a yellow beam of light, hitting Su Yi's chest instantly, but his feet remained solid, and the soles of his shoes were even covered with a layer of black armament hockey. Boom. Su Yi's body suddenly flew upside down. This unparalleled speed is not something that ordinary people can dodge. Unless they can meet the future, or dodge in advance when they already know that the other party has this kind of trick. However, Su Yi undoubtedly does not have these two conditions. I'm sorry, I kicked hard just now, you won't be dead, right? Kizaru said in a ruthless tone. In the distance, on the marine warships. Whether it was the marine vice admiral or the marine soldiers, their expressions were relieved. Admiral is admiral, it's amazing. That's right. That kick just now was too strong. This pirate named Su Yi is finished now, right? With such a fast speed and the bonus of armed color, the opponent is absolutely finished. I've only seen Mr. Kizaru use this technique once, when he directly killed a vicious criminal with a reward of 700 million. Just as the Marines were talking about it. Slam-la. Suddenly, among the rock debris in the distance, a figure walked slowly and came out. It's really ruthless, this foot hurts a little too much. Nani. The Marines were shocked. After being kicked by Kizaru, he came out so quickly. And listening to his voice, it seems that there is no serious injury. And Kizaru also showed an expression of surprise or pretending to be surprised. Su Yi's figure gradually emerged from the dust. I saw that his chest collapsed completely. Bleeding mouth. But, visible to the naked eye, his wounds are recovering. As he walked towards Kizaru step by step, the collapse of his chest actually bulged like a blown balloon. Snapped. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Marines. Advertisement. Su Yi patted his chest hard. Oh, it's all done. Nani. The Marines' eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Through Su Yi's serious injury just now, we can indeed see the power of Kizaru's kick. However, what is even more terrifying is the healing speed of Su Yi's pervert. It is simply immortal. Even Kizaru looked at Su Yi in surprise. Could it be that your abilities have already been awakened? Did you know? We have already fought many times. Su Yi said in a very relaxed tone. It was admitted. The Marines were stunned again. Kizaru's expression became serious for the first time. Zone awakened, and his strength, speed, defense, stamina and recovery speed were greatly improved. I'm going up. The corner of Su Yi's mouth was smiling, and it seemed that all the physical strength that had been consumed during the battle just now had recovered. Whoosh. He suddenly stepped on the ground, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The speed is even faster than before. Boom. Su Yi's fist blade collided with Kizaru's bare leg. The armament hockey of the two sides collided, and Kizaru no longer dared not to use the armed color. The last time he taught him to eat once was enough. Kacha. 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 Su Yi's fist blade and Kizaru's bare leg rubbed fiercely, and the two sides were wrestling. Strength. Stronger. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. Animals have great potential, Su Yi smiled. His pupils shrank, the blue veins on his forehead burst, and his teeth made a cluck sound. Boom. Kizaru was directly knocked out by a huge force. Knife, knife, wind. 55. Roar. Su Yi opened the wolf's mouth, and breathed out a breath of smoke like mist. Kizaru's pupils shrank, teleported out 10 meters with great force. Boom, 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 boom. Su Yi moved his head, and the blade wind swept towards Kizaru, blowing all the rocks along the way to dust. Terrible destructive power. Kizaru's pupils shrank again, and in the wind that was blown out, there were countless sword chi. Advertisement. The rocks that were blown into dust were all ground into powder bit by countless knife gas. If he is hit, Haki's consumption will be serious. He teleported again and disappeared in place. Boo. A laser hit Su Yi's body. But because of the hasty attack, it can only hit the not-so-vital parts. As a result, the laser could only cut a hole in Su Yi's body, but it was only a breathing effort, and the injury recovered without a trace of scar. Terrible healing speed. Kizaru Beej keeps flashing. Stress builds up. His flash is not continuously used, it is equivalent to invincibility. In fact, once his flashes are activated continuously, the stamina consumed will gradually increase. Drink. He stopped suddenly, shouted violently, and was covered in armed color. Kill Su Yi with the fastest speed before the wind blows on you. The Tiankong cloud sword in his hand was condensed, and it was also covered with armament, and it suddenly turned into a black sword. Roar. Su Yi's knife wind suddenly blew on Kizaru, and Kizaru felt a strong resistance. He stared at the wind pressure while his haki drained violently. King of Light, slash. Tiankong Yunjian suddenly extended into a super long lightsaber of hundreds of meters, and suddenly swept across. Base. But all the rocks swept by Tiankong Yunjian were directly cut in half, and a bunch of blood flowers appeared in Su Yi's mouth. The end of the knife wind. Kizaru took a few deep breaths and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at Su Yi again, a terrifying wound was cut from the mouth all the way down, but not a drop of blood came out. On the contrary, his injuries are still healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a horrible guy. What Kizaru said was not about Su Yi's healing speed. But so far he hasn't seen Su Yi defending with armor. What arrogance this is. Confidence in your own defense and vitality. He, how much haki do you have left? Su Yi smiled, as if pain didn't exist for him. Advertisement. However, this time the injury is a bit serious and cannot be healed immediately. Adrenaline is soaring. My strength is stronger again, be careful Kizaru. Zone's battle is like this. Zone's ability can be regarded as a beast. Beasts often gain ferocious attack power after being injured, especially carnivores. Moreover, the tolerance for pain will also increase. Tail Sword Demon Slash. Su Yi pulled out his tail and held it in his hand, it looked like a huge sickle. Next, he swung a knife diagonally in Kizaru's direction. Don't think about it. 35. Kizaru's expression changed, but he did not dodge the slash without haki at all. Instead, he chose the most unwise defense and used the Tiankong cloud sword to block him. Clang. A crisp sound. Behind Kizaru, on the marine warship, the mast suddenly broke. But the hull is fine. Looking in the direction of the slash, the sea was actually split open, and the sea remained motionless as if it had frozen. The only place where Kizaru was, because he blocked it, didn't split the marine warship. Otherwise, the marine above is estimated to have been killed or injured by more than half. See this scene. Marine, who was still on the warship, suddenly felt a cold air rise up to the Tianling guy along his tailbone. It's too scary, and the people who eat melons are still in danger. The 5 vice admirals suddenly jumped down, gritted their teeth. Want to support Kizaru. Get out. Kizaru shouted unhappily. The 5 people suddenly felt the gaffe of themselves and others. They thought for a moment just now that Kizaru might not be Su Yi's match. This subconscious reaction made them feel chills in their hearts, and at the same time they no longer looked down on Su Yi as an opponent. It's not over yet. How many knives can you hold back? 35. A wild smile appeared on Su Yi's face. Holding the black sickle high, the black sickle suddenly expands tenfold. Giant tail knife open sky. Chapter 198 Kizaru Complete Body vs Su Yi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Pulsalino caught Shinigami's breath. The scythe, which was suddenly enlarged tenfold, was obviously not an order of magnitude from the previous battle. If we have to use an analogy, it is as if two people are fighting the landlord. You give a 3, I give a 4. As a result, I just came out with a 3 with a 1, and it was still 3-3 with a 4, you just threw a king bomb. How is this playing? Apocalypse Apollo. Kizaru suddenly unleashed all his powers. The whole body is shrouded in a yellow halo, like a sun rising from the ground. The light is condensed into a god figure, which has the face of Kizaru, but the rest is the image of the sun god Apollo. At the same time, Kizaru's body swelled by an unknown number of times. In this way, it is similar to Enel's 200 million volt Thor that Su Yi saw at Sky Island. It's just that one is the god of thunder and the other is the god of light. Solar carriage. Kizaru suddenly folded his hands together, and the light on his body separated 10 Pegasus completely composed of yellow light, and a golden chariot. Bumped towards Su Yi. This sparkling fruit, which is known for its speed, is not at all fast at this time. But the amazing energy contained in it has already been noticed by Su Yi. But his attack did not stop. Instead, he grinned, not thinking that he would lose at all. The sword chi suddenly burst out, and at this moment, the sun and the moon paled. In the distance, on the horizon, 2 light blue thin lines appeared on the bubbles of the Fishman Island. The sea water from the outside shot in, but because the Fishman Island is composed of 2 layers of air bubbles, with air in the middle. So the sea water only flows to the middle layer for the time being. At this time, the department in charge of managing the big bubble of the Fishman Island suddenly noticed the abnormality. Start repairing bubbles quickly. What the hell is going on and why are there cracks on the bubbles? General attacks or objects will directly pass through the bubble, which is too abnormal. Cracks on both the inner and outer layers. Look at the battlefield again. The knife just now did not cut the sun carriage. Or the sun carriage was cut open, but healed right away. That's the end of you, Su Yi. Advertisement. Kizaru in Apollo form looks down on Su Yi. Cut. It seems that you are not one of your own. Su Yi thought that Kizaru would be his own. But now it seems that the other party really just likes to fish. What are you talking about? I'm Marine, Kizaru shouted. Never mind. Su Yi wielded a scythe, and this time, he slashed directly on the sun carriage. Puff! An extremely dazzling light burst out. The sun carriage was directly split in half. Su Yi slaughtered Kizaru with a scythe. Sun Fist. 35. Kizaru is also unequivocal, a punch of light hits Su Yi. That huge fist was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Su Yi. Boom. The giant sickle stabbed in the fist and stabbed into it immediately, but the fist was too big. It couldn't be cut open for a while. After the fruit has developed to a certain extent, hockey is useless. Kizaru's voice hummed like a god coming into the world. Soga. I think so too. Su Yi smiled. However, if the fruit and hockey are used at the same time, the effect will be better. Then, a scene that shocked Kizaru appeared. I saw that the light fist, which was harder than steel, was squeezed open. As if the giant sickle blew a sigh of relief, blowing a hole in the inside of the light fist. Armed color release. Kizaru's pupils shrank. He did not expect Su Yi to master such a stunt. It can also be called emission. 55 Su Yi continued. Puff. The scythe continued to deepen in the gap, and then, the second armed color burst out. Open up more space in the light fist. Boom. In the end, the giant scythe suddenly fell, and it directly exploded the light fist. Su Yi stepped on moonwalk, madly killed Kizaru. Light fury katakana middle dot god roar. At this moment, the only remaining hand in the Apollo form suddenly grabbed Su Yi. Advertisement. Then, the Apollo-shaped mouth opened exaggeratedly, and the bright yellow laser, which was generally 100 times more powerful than the pacifist, was ready to go. Boo! A wave of light with enormous energy burst out. Su Yi can't move at all at this moment, the hardness of the light around his body is harder than steel, I don't know how many times. And he is like a small bug in amber, and he can only be slaughtered by others. Boom. The light wave suddenly hit Su Yi in his fist, everything disappeared. The sky and the earth turned white. The terrifying light wave emits a scorching high temperature, and the aftermath directly bakes the ground into magma, and the air is distorted by the high temperature. On the Marine warship in the distance, Marines were shocked. Even the vice admirals opened their mouths, unable to speak for a long time. They just thought that Admiral might be strong. But the strength of Admiral's full blast, this is the first time they have seen. This level is already close to the Four Emperors. I don't know, I haven't seen the Four Emperors fight. However, this pirate named Su Yi is definitely dead. Well, it certainly goes without saying. It's terrible, do you feel the heat? The light wave attack lasted a full 13 seconds. It's 13 seconds of life and death. 13 seconds later, Kizaru stopped attacking. The Apollo form disappeared, revealing Kizaru's body. At this time, Kizaru was sweating, panting, and his hair was messy. Dot for flowers. How many years he has not been so embarrassed. I remember the last time I was so embarrassed, when I was fighting a pirate. It's just that since then, he has never experienced such a battle that is close to the limit of his body. Should be dead. 35. Kizaru staggered a few steps. In front of him was a big pit full of lava. If you don't know, you'll think it's a Kainu who attacked here. However, this is only the aftermath of Kizaru's attack. 99% of the truly terrifying attacks were endured by Su Yi. Golem. Advertisement. But even so, he's still alive. The blades all over his body melted, his hair melted, he even lost an ear. Go. He's reached his limit. Excellent. This is a huge credit, it's ours. Puff. Su Yi walked staggeringly, looking very weak. It's amazing, Kizaru, you are so heavy-handed that I still treat you as my own, it's a waste of emotion. The magma rolled, and it didn't seem like there was any life in it. You have said there from the beginning, what your own people. Well, it's all over anyway. Some people say that we are not worthy of being vice admiral, so let's catch a powerful pirate and go back and see if anyone still speaks nasty things. 5. Kizaru's expression changed, and for the first time in history, he became a little ugly. At this time, he looked very terrifying. Drops of lava dripped on the ground. Slamla. The terrifying high temperature is steaming from the body. Immediately afterwards, the second hand also stretched out. The huge black sickle that symbolized the tail knife disappeared, and the whole body was tattered, and in some places it could even be seen that white bones were exposed. At this moment, suddenly, a hand stretched out from the lava. Don't be careless, the other party is a pirate of 1.3 billion, and they may counterattack at any time. Fan. 5 figures suddenly appeared beside Kizaru, the 5 vice admiral on the marine warship. Seeing Su Yi at this time, it seemed that he was dying. Swoosh swish. These 2 hands are all black, giving a feeling of black iron. Nani. Kizaru adjusted his suit, turned around, and was ready to go back. Hurry up and help out. The flying squirrel, along with 4 other Marines who had just been promoted to vice admiral in 2 years, killed Su Yi. His eyes were fixed on the hot lava. Among them, the most powerful is the flying squirrel, and he is also at the forefront. Su Yi jumped out of the lava. To be precise, what they were looking at was the hand that appeared in the magma. At this moment, whether it was Marine soldier, Vice Admiral, or Kizaru himself, all of them suddenly stiffened. Are there not even corpses left? 35. Even, he still has a few cards left untouched. Chapter 199 Departure, New World. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Brush brush. The 5 of them attacked Su Yi in front of Su Yi. Su Yi looked at the 5 people coldly. He wondered who had given these guys the confidence that they could beat themselves. You stop here, Su Yi. The flying squirrel vice admiral pulled out a long sword, armed with the color of his arms, and slashed at Su Yi fiercely. The others also launched their strongest attacks. In the distance, the Marine soldiers on the warship were all relieved. The situation is settled. Su Yi, the pirate, is definitely dead. Kizaru, on the other hand, stared blankly at what was happening in front of him. Although Su Yi has been defeated, he needs help from others, which is really his gaffe. However, they really underestimated Su Yi's strength. This guy has grown a lot in 2 years. The blow just now, how strong hockey is needed to prevent it, and how much vitality is needed to survive. Unfortunately, if you join Marine, you'll definitely have a place in Admiral. Stop being there. I'm moved by myself. Suddenly, Su Yi let out a low voice, and his figure swelled with 130. It quickly turned into a complete body in the form of a sword wolf. Afterwards, the wind of the sword was sprayed from the pores all over the body. In just a moment of effort, the surroundings were shrouded in a fog. Knife blade wind wall breaker. Woo-hoo-hoo. The fog whirled wildly. Countless knife chi circulates wildly, forming a knife chi storm. The 5 vice admiral inside suddenly let out a scream. Kizaru's face changed wildly. I still have physical strength. What a terrible guy. Woo-hoo-hoo. The storm swept everything, but everything that came into contact with the storm was directly crushed into powder. After 3 seconds, the storm is over, the blade wind is gone. Su Yi was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Obviously his physical strength had reached the limit. Advertisement. Looking at the 5 vice admiral in the knife wind, they all fell to the ground at this time. Only the flying squirrel vice admiral can move a finger in front of him, the other 4 are still alive and dead. What a terrifying monster, it can do this with the remaining physical strength. 99. Tick. Drops of blood dripped from Su Yi's body. He looked at Kizaru lightly, and Kizaru was also looking at him at this time. Anything else? Porosalino. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Kizaru's forehead. It seems that things are getting tricky. If you don't respond quickly, with your awakened ability, Zone, you will probably recover from your injuries and physical strength soon, right? Su Yi smiled and said, that's natural. Now every time you say a word, I can recover some of my physical strength and injury. Look, I'm not bleeding anymore. He pointed to the ground, and he, who was still bleeding just now, had stopped at this time. Call. He took a deep breath and stood up reluctantly. At this time, everyone found out that the terrifying wounds on Su Yi's body had begun to heal slowly. Is it immortal? It reminds me of a person. Kizaru suddenly turned into a beam of light and teleported to the side of the 5 vice admiral. Carrying the 5 on one's shoulders. Then turned into a streamer and returned to the marine warship. Hurry up and treat them. 35. With the 5 still on the deck, Kizaru gave Su Yi a deep look. Are you going to let us go like this? How could Kizaru not see that Su Yi was letting them go on purpose? Su Yi said. Didn't you spare my mates too? He was talking about the Sabayati Bottom Islands 2 years ago. At that time, Kizaru definitely had the strength to keep the Straw Hat crew. Even killed on the spot. But his ambiguous justice let him spare the Straw Hat crew. Perhaps, he did not see the evil of pirates in Straw Hat crew. But after all, I still let Luffy and others go. What a failure. Marine lost to the pirates, and he still needs mercy from the pirates. 5. On the ground, Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel being treated by the doctor, muttered to himself. Kizaru glanced at him. With a big wave of his hand, go back to the headquarters. 99. After seeing the warship leave. Thump. Advertisement. Su Yi lay on the ground, her whole body collapsed. Really, Admiral is so powerful when he bursts out with all his strength. Today he saw it. In fact, he still has a few cards left untouched. One is mind power. If you use mind power, whether it is hockey or fruit ability, you can exert it to an unparalleled level. But he didn't want to use this whole card easily. One is the fruit of nirvana. If you pretended to be dead in the magma just now and used the nirvana fruit for nirvana. So what Kizaru and the others see at this moment is not a serious injury, but him back to his peak. But waiting for 5 minutes is really a flaw. It is estimated that after his reply, Kizaru and others have already left. Maybe go after Luffy and the others, or go straight back to naval headquarters, then label him dead in battle, and announce it to the world in newspapers. But he didn't like it, so he didn't use the nirvana fruit. Or, he doesn't need nirvana at all. Finally, it is his numerous devil fruit abilities. Slow fruit. Thunder Fruit, Door Fruit. Each of them is a whole card that can be turned over in an instant, but Kizaru has not reached the point where Suyi can use these whole cards. Therefore, these trump cards are also retained. Suyi lay on the ground and fell asleep. After an hour, Suyi opened her eyes. He jumped up and moved his hands and feet. All the wounds have recovered, no scars can be seen. Physical strength recovered by 70% to 80%. Hockey also recovered 50 or 60%. It's a terrifying ability to recover. If this kind of injury is placed on other people, it is estimated that it will not heal for half a year. It was the first time that Suyi saw the recovery power of the awakened zone fruit. He opened the Book of Thieves, which clearly showed sparkling fruit. During the battle, he had already stolen this fruit. But he immediately loaned it to Kizaru, so Kizaru didn't notice. This will be a ticking time bomb he buried in Kizaru. If there is a large-scale war in the future, and Kizaru stands against him, then the trump card that the enemy relies on will be destroyed by him in an instant. It's better to have more powerful guys, otherwise the world will be too boring. Advertisement. Wait, shouldn't. Let's sail, brethren. Nami-san, Robin-san, this is my afternoon tea based on the snacks of the Fishman Island, please try it. Luffy said vaguely while stuffing a snack in his mouth. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. Frankie came out at this time, and there were some mouse-like robots around him. The Fishman Island snacks on the ground quickly disappeared. The whole person lost a circle. Yoshi, everyone is here, the coding has been completed, we are ready to go to New World. Ah, this was brought from the Sweetheart Processing Factory. It is said to be a tribute to the Four Emperors Big Mom, but it was really delicious, so I brought it here. Delicious. 35. Thank you, Sanji-kun. Nami and Robin both politely thank you. It instantly turned into electricity and returned to the sunshine. Suyi 4.9 was stunned when he saw it. He tentatively picked up a snack and took a bite. He no longer cares about the Four Emperors or the Four Emperors. Put away the Book of Thieves. Hey, if you say that, haven't we provoked the Four Emperors? And this is a brand new snack created by him based on the tea and snacks of the Fishman Island and a little inspiration of his own. But I am hungry. It is precisely because of the help of these robots that the coding work can be completed quickly. Suyi activates Thunder Fruit ability. Luffy beside him is eating something. This turned out to be a lot of desserts. On the plate he was carrying were the tea snacks that he had prepared just for 2 people. Sanji's lower body turned into a whirlwind and came to Nami and Robin's side. Suyi, Luffy and others who suddenly appeared were already used to it. In Luffy's famous saying, "The food that reaches your mouth is yours." The others suddenly realized something and were shocked. As a result, he and Luffy began to feast on each other. Suyi swallowed. To be honest, after a battle, although his physical strength has recovered. Otherwise, relying on him alone, it is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days. This. Chapter 200 Encounter. Terrifying Sea Snake. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World, Cake Island. Big Mom looked coldly at the phone bug in front of him. Not long ago, a phone call from the Fishman Island let her know a piece of news. The 10 tons of snacks that were originally used for the tea party were taken away by a new pirate named Straw Hat. And the other party even arrogantly provoked her, saying that only the snacks that come to the mouth are her own. Well, though she agrees with that. But, she alone is enough to eat dim sum in this world. He even stole my snacks and said arrogant words that he was going to beat me up, what an arrogant guy. Mom, do we need to get rid of this guy? Of course, I want to meet this arrogant kid. The Fishman Island, Pier. Really, you two are hopeless. Nami et al. Have collapsed. Even if Luffy provokes Ant Four Emperors, Nami even planned to use his precious treasure to give it to Ant to quell her anger. But Suyi, who has always been reliable, even joined the dim sum team. What the hell is this? Do you know what level of existence the Four Emperors are? That is the existence that dares to challenge Marine headquarters. Although Nami and others have never seen the Four Emperors, they still read the Summit War newspaper. The legendary pirate, Whitebeard took his 14th pirate team to challenge Marine, but it happened 2 years ago. Although it failed in the end, and Whitebeard himself died. But the fact that the pirates dared to attack the Marine headquarters is very telling. Although Marine advertises his big win. But the war was actually lost by Marine from the very beginning. Marines can't be killed, although their numbers may drop in a short time, but they can still recruit troops. But Marine's majesty has been greatly weakened. And the man who did all this, Whitebeard, was one of the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Rumor has it that he is very old. And the 3 living 4 emperors are in the limelight. But I don't want to give the dim sum to Big Mom in vain, 35 Luffy said while licking the corner of his mouth. Su Yi on the side also burped and said, "No way, it's so delicious, I can't control myself for a while, it's really a gaffe." Nami. Everyone. There's no other way. Since the 4 emperors are going to deal with us, we can only pull the 4 emperors down. After all, Luffy is going to become the Pirate King, and I am also going to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro Hakis he put his hand on the handle of the knife, looking eager to try. Sanji also said, "Since it's Luffy who wants to eat, then there's no way, after all, I can't let my captain go hungry, right? If I make a better snack for Big Mom, maybe she will calm down." It's not that simple. Nami was speechless, but now that the boat was done, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, her treasure was also preserved, which was a point that kept her from collapsing in the end. If even the treasure is sent out, then she really lost her wife and lost her army. Yoshi, brothers, were off to the new world. Luffy was full, and with a wave of his hand, Yongfan set sail for the sunshine. Sir Su Yi, goodbye. On the shore in the distance, Shirahoshi waved to this side. Jinbei on the side looked at everyone on the sunshine and was silent. He also just learned that Luffy stole Big Mom's snacks, and he was shocked, and actually felt that this was indeed something that Luffy could do. Anyway, Luffy-kun, after I break up with Big Mom, let's go to sea with you. Jinbei also waved to the sunshine, saying goodbye to everyone. Boss Jinbei, why did Princess Shirahoshi come out? It's very dangerous. Could it be that those pirates did it? How can it be repaired? I didn't expect them to be so shameless. The people of the Fishmen Island looked at Shirahoshi with a shocked expression. The princess who had been locked up for more than 10 years actually came out, which is really incredible. Didn't it say that the princess was in danger all the time? Why did she suddenly run out? Jinbei waved his hand. Shirahoshi will no longer have to endure the pain of not seeing the light of day. The person who has been threatening her has been solved by the old man. Jinbei has discussed with Shirahoshi. It is not very reliable to say that someone has solved this matter, but if it is said that he has solved it, whether it is the residents of the Fishmen Island or the King of Neptune, they should all believe it. Advertisement. Great. Since it's the boss of Jinbei, it must be true. 99. Princess, you can finally leave the room. Princess, you are so beautiful, it's really a grievance to stay in that room all the time, and now you can finally see the light of day again. Princess, can you sign my name? More. Shirahoshi suddenly became restrained and suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention, but she had never experienced such a feeling. On the sunshine, everyone left the range of the Fishmen Island and re-entered the seabed. Yoshi, just go all the way to New World. Frankie tied some buoyant bubbles like balloons to the sunshine, allowing the sunshine to accelerate upward. To be honest, the weight of the sunshine now far exceeds the weight of the float, so if there is no action, the sunshine will only sink and sink to the bottom of the sea. We didn't have a chance to fish when we came, now we can fish well. Hey, Su Yi, let's come and fish together. Luffy said to Su Yi, holding a fishing rod Usopp made from candles. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper were fishing from the gunwale. And Su Yi also became interested in an instant. Yoshi, look at me going into the sea to fish. The Murloc's body can withstand the water pressure of 10,000 meters of seawater, so my body should be able to. He was eager to try. He had just experienced an admiral-level battle, but at this time he became active again. Usopp's ability is quite convenient. He directly made a candle texture fishing rod for Su Yi. Speaking of which, he, Usopp and Sanji have already awakened the fruit power among the people on board. Usopp and Sanji are special cases, both have reasons why they have to use their abilities frequently and heavily. That's why I wake up so quickly. And other people's abilities show no sign of awakening at this time. Fortunately, Su Yi did not give extra abilities to those who already possessed abilities. Otherwise, not only would the development of new abilities not be good, but the development of original abilities would also be delayed. That one looks delicious, it's probably delicious after frying it with a little salt. 99. That one is good too, it can be made into a kebab. This one is pretty good too. Advertisement. That's the Uncle Fish, with the face of a human uncle, it doesn't look like he has any appetite. 35. Hey, Luffy, don't just bring back some weird guy. 55. He, doesn't it look delicious, what does it matter? 35. Hey, there's a bigger fish coming from behind, ready to fight, maybe it's coming towards our boat. Wait, it seems to have eaten the Uncle Fish. 35. Hey, give me back the fish. A group of people are having fun. Soon, however, Su Yi's face changed. From what he saw, the nearby ocean currents seemed to be very chaotic. The kind that, once swept in, probably won't come out. Frankie, there is danger, get out of this place. Su Yi shouted. Frankie also understood the importance of Su Yi's warning, but apparently Su Yi still underestimated the weight of the sunshine. The weight of the sunshine was already very heavy, and now with a few big fish, it couldn't escape at all. It's a sea snake. Just went to take a bath, and Nami, who had not taken a bath for 5 minutes, came out and burst into tears. What's so special? I really can't let myself worry about it. After only 5 minutes of leaving, this group of people smashed such a big basket. Hurry up to the newspaper office and get out of this place, Frankie. Nami shouted. Frankie poses without panic. It's too late to use that move, our ship has already been sucked into the range of the sea snake. Yeah, don't. Nami burst into tears. Usopp and Chopper also returned to the weak trio in an instant, hugging each other and shivering. Luffy is excited. Even though Su Yi knew what was going to happen next, in the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, he couldn't help but look a little dignified. He now understood how difficult it was for Luffy to maintain that optimism.